it.
I just want to welcome all attendees who are slowly arriving. We're going to begin in a few minutes. Please introduce yourself in the chats. Say hello, say where you're coming from, so everyone knows who's here since we can't see all of you. Good morning to everyone who's just arriving. We will begin in a few minutes. Please say hello in the chat. And please click on the program because I will not be sharing my screen the entire time. And I'll go ahead and keep including that, keep pasting that link into the chat. Thanks for coming. Okay, I think we will get started. People will be kind of trickling in. Feel free to say hello to friends in the chat. My name is Erin Graff Zivin. I'm professor of comparative literature and Latin American and Iberian cultures at the University of Southern California. This year, I'm distinguished visiting professor of literature at University of California, San Diego. And I'm so happy to see you all here today. Continue to say hello in the chat. Let us know where you're coming from since we can't see you. This is an event that really is a long time coming. It's really kind of exciting to be here. In fact, Facebook told me this morning that exactly 1 year ago, we met in the first week of being under stay-at-home orders to present very early versions of what would be the papers that we will be reading today and tomorrow. So it's exciting that 1 year later, we're all still here, thank goodness, in some cases just barely, and that we're here together to share our work. Women, those who are called women, call themselves women, are recognized or misrecognized as women. Those who are born or have become women, who pass as women, are hardly absent from the history of philosophy and critical theory. Although by many accounts, these have been male-dominated, phallogocentric disciplines, women have been over and under thought and have over and under thought themselves for millennia. From Antigone and Sappho to current trans and cis, Black, white, and brown women who navigate their way through the worlds of philosophy and theory, women in theory, who are at times just that, women in theory, often crave the comparatively democratic intellectual spaces, conferences, journals, books, in the academic fields of gender, feminist, and queer studies that allow, in principle, a diversity of bodies and voices to intervene, despite perhaps receiving limited institutional support within the university. When it comes to critical theory and philosophy, gender imbalances and disengagement with feminist and queer traditions remain utterly pervasive. For women in theory, the putatively feminized humanities often operate comparably to the sciences. Male-dominated panels abound, the leading voices in the fields rarely acknowledge their own sexing, and questions of gender and sexuality remain secondary or absent. Indeed, a 2015 study by Kieran Healy showed that 4 top philosophy journals boasted a publication rate of 87.5% male, and that of the 500 most cited articles, only 3.5% were articles written by women. In recent years, feminist philosophers have founded the journals Hypatia, a journal of feminist philosophy, and Philosophia, a journal of transcontinental feminism, in order to counter this tendency, though it is more difficult to find parallels in the other disciplines that compose critical theory. And I should just add that while we don't have statistics on critical theory and philosophy journals, early figures indicate that the COVID crisis will only exacerbate this problem for women across the disciplines, and one can surmise that BIPOC women will be the hardest hit. In this special two-day event then, we propose an experiment. What would happen if women who work in theory, in the broadest, wildest sense of both terms, were to thematize and discuss the problem of women in theory? How does this problem affect literary studies and related fields? Here, scholars whose work emerges from distinct areas of critical theory and philosophy, deconstruction, Marxism, psychoanalysis, critical race theory, classical philosophy, political theory, media theory, Black studies, in short, areas of theory in which women are comparatively scarce, come together to engage with the problem of gender in philosophy and critical theory from and through their methodological and conceptual areas of interest. The participants will treat such topics as reproduction and transmission in theory and thought, Black women in philosophy, deconstruction and gender, feminism and debt, trans womanhood, gender and abstraction, catachresis and impropriety. Each presentation, you will see, has a metacritical aspect in which the problem of gender in the fields of critical theory and continental philosophy is itself thematized and theorized, going beyond the anecdotal or statistical, shaking and unsettling identitarian or essentialist notions of women, femininity, and gender. Participants were intentionally selected from every rank in academic life, from graduate students to full professors. They hail from diverse academic disciplines such as philosophy, media theory, Latin American studies, Black studies, German critical theory, and French literature and thought, and from distinct areas of the world, the US, Latin America, the Caribbean, Europe, Asia. So as an intervention into the field of critical theory, the papers you will hear today and tomorrow will be published as a special issue of Diacritics, which itself has interestingly seen a diminishing number of women authors in its pages since theory's heyday in the late 1970s and 80s. At the same time, the Women in Theory Collective is hard at work on a number of related projects, which we invite you to join. First, our webpage. So in the chat, you'll see a link to today's program. Please click on it, look at the program, stay for one panel, stay for two, stay for everything. On that same webpage, you will see our general kind of mission. You will see our bibliography project, which is a really exciting resource that has been collectively compiled by the people that you see here and by all of you, and which we are hoping to continue to expand, so that, let's say you're writing a paper on Derrida and you seem to be quoting all the usual suspects and you say, oh my goodness, my bibliography is overwhelmingly male, as often happens to me. I can search the bibliography, I can search for Derrida, I can search for the word trans, I can search for the word ethics, I can search for the word race, I can search for any keyword, and I can hopefully find some articles and some books that will help me. There's also a place in that bibliography section of the website where you can suggest entries. It can be your own work, it can be work that has inspired you, so please participate in the bibliography program or project. We are also beginning a book forum, and the first book features, the first forum features Zakiyyah Iman Jackson's book, Becoming Human, which will be up on our website soon. If you have ideas for future books to feature, or if you would like to volunteer to coordinate the next forum, please let me know. Before we begin, I want to thank all of the Women in Theory for their participation. This has been a collective endeavor. We've done a lot of peer editing, a lot of discussion. So thanks to all of you for all of your input. This really has been kind of a group effort. Thank you to Kendra Atkin for your tireless efforts, not only for this symposium, but also for the website, the bibliography. You've really just been at the center of it all. And thanks to USC's Michael Mashin for being our tech guru for today and for tomorrow. Just a little bit of business. Even though we can't see you, we do want to read you. So please feel free to use the chat throughout the 2 days to say hello to people. Even as people are giving talks, you are welcome to post comments. There can be kind of a side discussion. Obviously, using, just your best judgment in terms of, what to voice in a public forum. If you have specific questions for the Q&A session for the presenters, you will need to use the Q&A function. That's different than the chat function. You're welcome to use the chat as much as you'd like. However, those questions will not make it to the Q&A session. Only the questions in the Q&A session, or some of the questions, depending on how many there are, will make it to the panelists. So please use both of those functions. And with that, we will go ahead and begin our first panel, 9:15 exactly, here in California. The topic of our first panel is Abstraction and Catachresis, and I'm happy to introduce our first panel chair, María del Rosario Acosta, who is professor in the Department of Hispanic Studies at the University of California-Riverside and currently International Chair of Contemporary Philosophy at the University of Paris 8. She is the author of a book on silence and art in German Romanticism, a monograph on Friedrich Schiller and the political sublime, and has edited and co-edited volumes and special issues on Hegel, Schiller, Paul Klee, aesthetics and politics, contemporary political philosophy, law and violence, art and memory in Colombia, collective temporalities, philosophy in Colombia, and women philosophers in Colombia. She's currently working on a new book, Grammars of Listening, Philosophical Approaches to Memory After Trauma. And although unfortunately she will not be able to present her contribution in the symposium, her work will be featured in the Diacritics special issue. So with that, I give you to María, and I'm going to try to spotlight everyone who is in the panel.
Thank you, Erin. Hello, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon and good night. I see we have people coming from everywhere, so that's the good thing about Zoom. Okay, so I'm going to introduce first Anna Kornbluh. We're going to have Anna and Christina León with us today. I'm going to introduce Anna, and we're going to listen to her talk. Then we're going to move to Christina's talk, and after the two talks, we're going to take in questions. And as Erin reminded everyone, if you want your question to be taken into account, please put it in the Q&A. So Anna is professor of English at the University of Illinois at Chicago, where her research and teaching center on Marxism, formalism, and psychoanalysis. She's the author of Realizing Capital with Fordham University Press in 2014, The Order of Forms, Realism, Formalism, and Social Space with the University of Chicago Press 2019, and Marxist Film Theory and Fight Club, which came out with Bloomsbury in 2019. And she's the founding facilitator of the Inter-Chicago Circle for Experimental Critical Theory and the V21 Collective, Victorian Studies for the 21st Century. Anna, thank you so much for being with us here. And please just go ahead and share with us your talk.
Great, thanks. Can you hear me? Okay, okay, great. Thank you to Erin, Graff, Zivin, who's had the vision and commitment over several years to lead us and to convene us, and even over this miserable past year. For 371 days, we have not been in a good place to make ideas, yet we miss the social making of ideas. So here we are, acting as if it's possible to do a symposium. Gratitude to Erin for that hope, and to Kendra and to the USC support staff and to all of our colleagues in this really wonderful group, as well as to anyone who's found their way to the audience in these difficult conditions, really. Okay, so this is called In Defense of Feminist Abstraction. There is something kind of embarrassing about women in theory. We aren't at the big boy table. We pink this table, this symposium, this special issue, not for a concept nor a canon, but in a preposition, through a position of difference and exception, a position that has been elevated into a method. Theory is seeing of seeing, a meta level of knowing, abstraction as movement away from the immediate, from the self-evident, from the self. Women are the concrete resistance to theory, situated embodiment, phenomenal selves, particular decompletions of the universal. Women in theory move away from the movement away, verging toward a more politically righteous epistemic modality. We subtract from abstraction. In objecting to objectivity, impersonality, and universality, women in theory enact the void, what belies, evades, and disrupts not only theory, but also conceptuality and even signification itself. As Luz Irigaray inimitably insists of this void, quote, "The feminine is the lack that might cause the ultimate destruction, the splintering, the break in systems of presence, of representation and representation," end quote. Instead of presence and representation, instead of phallogocentric argument, or what has recently been called the toxic masculinity of arguments, instead of the cogworks of telos, women in theory bestow lack. Women are affect, experience, materiality, mystique, difference. Women in theory aggregate provisionally and kind of crazy quiltily these subductions, curating standpoint epistemology and écriture féminine as the situated knowing and perpetual writing that continually sacralize particularization, concretization, and differentiation. Both the constituency women in theory and the tendency feminist theory in this respect prefigure and then consummate otherwise disparate trajectories in theory: queer antinomianism, rote deconstruction, vitalist materialism, and proliferating nihilisms. Theory as the abnegation of abstraction, theory as declination. In this way, the now pervasive vocation of undoing, unmaking, unbuilding, burn it all down, attests to a triumphant, if tacit, feminization of theory as such. Of course, not all women. This schema of women in theory perpetrates various coarse errors of conflation, courting complaint at every phrase's turn. There will have been particular women who aimed at something else. Yet deliberate synopsis of this type, probably a sore thumb over these 2 days, might help us see that amaranthine resistance to theory, abiding eschewal of abstractions, and boundless self-writing has not capacitated feminist emancipation. And that in these appalling times, it is both necessary and possible to formulate a feminist abstraction, a properly feminist theory, synthesis, generalization, values, norms. We can do more than magnify self-representations and multiply dissolutions. Feminist theory can tender an affirmative, integral idea of how the social relations and mode of production should be structured for more flourishing than is currently on offer. After all this time, perhaps women in theory could come to subtract from reified subtraction. Let's begin with a historical coinciding. The past 50 years, the ultimate epoch of feminist knowledge generation, overlap almost exactly with a crisis of social reproduction that has immiserated women, albeit unevenly. The falling rate of profit in the sphere of production has been redressed by responsibilizing families for optimizing human capital and wrenching care and service labor. In this same historical arc, feminists have continually practiced feminism as the politics of difference and penned feminist theory as the liquescing of theory's compounds. The more systematic the contradictions of privatization have become, the more vernacularized and situated the feminist genres of self-writing and auto theory have become. The more total the domination of the species and the planet, the more our art of theory has treasured detotalization. Acceding to a common signifier, accepting a resonant voice, agreeing to an adequate composite, the intellectual unions that are necessary for action, these have all been construed as procedures of violence, domination, and colonization. Properly feminist theory pursues anti-theory then. The redemptive vector is to speak for oneself. Chandra Mohanty, quote, "Feminist writings discursively colonize the material and historical heterogeneities of the lives of women in the third world. Assumptions of universality characterize a sizable extent of Western feminist work. In this process of homogenization and systematization of oppression of women, power is exercised in feminist discourse." Jacqueline Rose, quote, "No feminism should claim to speak on behalf of all women." Adrienne Rich, quote, "Women have always understood the struggle against free-floating abstraction. To say my body reduces the temptation to grandiose assertions," end quote. Every woman speaks of and from her body in her own voice, her truth. These axioms, that representing others does violence and that presenting the self does ethics, have been elaborated into epistemologies emphasizing phenomenality, situatedness, and sublime entanglement. Nancy Harstock configures the feminist standpoint as one which, quote, "expresses female experience at a particular time and place, located within a particular set of relations," end quote. Patricia Hill Collins formidably defines, quote, "experience as a criterion of meaning." And she goes on to argue, quote, "the significance of individual uniqueness, personal expressiveness, and empathy in African American communities resembles the importance that feminist analyses place on women's inner voice," end quote. And, quote, "that unique standpoints become the most objective truths. Each group speaks from its own standpoint and shares its own partial situated knowledge. Partiality and not universality is the condition of being heard," end quote. Feminist knowing embraces self-presentation as the aesthetic, epistemic, and ethical remit of women in theory. Sheila Ben Habib's famous correction to liberalism's concept of the universal subject thus alights upon feminist praxis as the narrativization of situated difference. Quote, "I, as a concrete, finite, embodied individual, shape and fashion the circumstances of my life story," end quote. Rebecca Walker concurs, quote, "Personal stories are the most political because they build empathy and compassion and are infinitely more accessible than academic tracts," end quote. And Sarah Ahmed sums up, quote, "Autobiographical modes of criticism address the difficulty of representation, how to speak for oneself without assuming that one can speak for others." Such emphasis on first-person narrative as the feminist rejoinder to theoretical abstraction has consequences for theory that are both conceptual and generic. Conceptually, feminist theory rejects theory's alleged denial of difference, impugning the possibility of truth claims in the third person as not only undesirable tools in the project of emancipation, but as themselves weapons of domination. The resultant project of unlimited differentiation entails, Hortense Spillers recently noted, quote, "proliferating a vertiginous gig of virtually unique, porous individual identities, while common ground appears to have become an undesirable, even a defunct idea," end quote. In place of any common arises the nominalist endeavor of unceasingly establishing one's own right to speak. Indeed, for Judith Butler, feminist theory ought to be understood as nothing other than this contest. Quote, "If feminism presupposes that women designates an undesignatable field of differences, one that cannot be totalized or summarized by a descriptive identity category, then the very term becomes a site of permanent openness and resignifiability. I would argue that the rifts among women over the content of the term ought to be affirmed as the ungrounded ground of feminist theory," end quote. So political analyses of the world or demands upon it, collective, cohesive enunciations of how things should be arranged for broader benefit, melt under the blazing gaze of woman, who in turn spends her time in unfinishable colloquy with sisters of infinite facets. Generically, so that's a conceptual part. Generically, rejecting abstraction has meant autobiographical crenulation of theory, a trend Nancy K. Miller approvingly summarized already in 1991 as, quote, a proliferation of autobiographical or personal criticism, and that now reigns resplendent in our present. Life writing, sublated as auto theory, rewarded with critical accolades, syllabus prominence, high sales figures, and a continuity with the unprecedented dominance of the contemporary literature marketplace by memoir, personal essays, and first person. As this market rhyme suggests, the trajectory of personalization in feminist theory since the 1970s has been overdetermined by the political economy of privatization. The context of channeling wealth upward by defunding public institutions, including universities where theory making could happen, slashing corporate and upper income tax rates, and commodifying human capital in the body, suggests to me that feminist political goals have not been advanced by feminism's repudiation of theory or of speaking for others. Women in theory have been driven by a repetition compulsion to enunciate in personal voice why there can be no theory of women, and in the process have enjoyed an intellectual and academic heyday that exactly tracks with a historical plunge in women's material conditions. Is there a different feminist difference, a different way for women in theory? Is there an approach to the knowing of knowing that moves away from the privacy of own voices, that dares the abstraction of speaking for more than oneself? Women in theory have repeatedly asserted that theory harms, that generalizations obscure, that universals oppress. But maybe our embarrassing circumstances can inspire another conclusion. Abstractions also liberate. Abstraction foregrounds the crucial capacity of moving away, proceeding asymptotically out of our private interests towards a general horizon, proceeding constructively out of immanentized experience towards mediations. Precisely because it is so counterintuitive to the feminist tradition, the notion of abstraction might dynamically redirect women in theory today. A feminist conjugation of emancipatory abstraction, a defense of abstraction against feminist objections, but for feminist purposes, involves the public vector of invoking a shared vision of the world, extending a joint analysis of social relations, tendering common commitments to objectively ratified improvements. It involves the venture to reason, arguing from a ground other than experience, moving away from proprietary phenomenality, composing a frame of resonance for collective values. It involves the risk of imagination, of metaphorizing, of composing and building. It involves theory unmodified or unpositioned, speculative velocity uprooted from the merely existent. Feminist abstraction lurks in some pretty recent work from Cynthia Arusa, Titi Bhattacharya, Jody Dean, Nancy Fraser, Jennifer Nash, Sylvia Wynter, and Kienga Yamada-Taylor. Efforts to affirm generalization and speaking in the third person or the first person plural. These efforts redirect feminism, as Wynter has it, to, quote, demand a now entirely new, because non-exclusivist, meta answer to the question of who we are as human, to thereby grasp the hitherto unknowable conception of human freedom that is to be now imperatively realized, end quote. This expanse of freedom animates Nash's reimagining of Black feminism, which starkly critiques the, quote, defensive and proprietary logics of epistemic privilege. Nash illustrates that, quote, ownership as a primary model for conducting feminist inquiry conflicts with the anti-captivity project that should center it. She argues instead for, quote, other ways of being Black feminist and doing Black feminist labor in the academy that eschew defensiveness and its toxicity. In pursuit of anti-ownership paradigms, Dean constructs forms of commonality, generic categories like the party and the comrade that are tethered in shared goals, uniting disparate individuals in active pursuit of something outside their experience. As she writes, quote, the comrade is a figure for the political relation between those on the same side of a political struggle. Comrades are those who tie themselves together instrumentally for a common purpose. If we want to win, and we have to win, we must act together. End quote. Just as Dean formalizes a relation of those who articulate a project together, who hold out a goal beyond self-care, and hold others to the standard of acting toward that goal, the recent reconstitution of feminism as feminism for the 99% moves beyond life writing to collective demands and operative totalizations. In their limpid, bold, and comprehensive manifesto, Arusha Bhattacharya and Fraser declare their willingness to speak as a we, representative, they say, of, quote, humankind. And this we is less the effect of their co-authorship, although that's an important feature of it, than the necessary figure of their convocative politics. They assert, quote, we find ourselves at a fork in the road, and our choice bears extraordinary consequences for humankind. Will we continue to pursue equal opportunity domination while the planet burns, or will we reimagine gender justice in anti-capitalist form, one that leads beyond the present crisis to a new society, end quote. These insurgently abstract feminisms surely differ among themselves, yet they importantly coalesce a contrast, not only with liberal feminism, but also with the reigning lifestyle feminist auto theory that is culminating feminist concretude now. The we signifies something more than the I. It does the work of risking synthesis. These insistent differences, these commanding visions move not towards dissolution, but union. The feminist writing of difference can reverberate beyond 1,000 voices, each singing her own stylized signature lyric, affecting rather a chorus who rings out the liberatory difference of rebuilding universality. Real difference inheres in dividing from the opponent of our common, the 1% that accepts itself from the 99. This is the difference Barbara Smith, the queer Black feminist among several original authors of the Combahee River Collective statement, evokes in her essay explaining the contradictory proposition that the feminist choice in the 2020 presidential primary field was a man. Quote, he is committed to fighting for regular working people, which is most of us. Then Taylor upholds this most of us as solidarity that should be the lasting legacy of the Combahee River Collective, disarticulated from identitarianism. She adds, solidarity is hard. It usually requires struggle, the struggle to pick up someone else's burden as your own, to see someone's suffering as your own, end quote. This other difference, this difference not among infinite varieties of lushly selved women, but between masses and their rulers, this difference not of speaking in one's own voice about one's own body, but of picking up someone else's burden and acting in common. This difference is the antagonism in the social field that is actually available for coherent representation and for political determination. Feminist theory could set this other task of mobilizing abstractions that formulate the social contradiction against the forces of degradation and extraction, and propose something positively delineated as less worse, a task worthier than the decadent multiplication of stylized self-narration. It could pursue speculative movement. It could declare the impersonal is political. It could compose flourishing as a positive value. Then theory would proffer itself as itself, a way of seeing above merely phenomenal seeing, a mediation beyond the immediate, a projective framework for making judgments, a committed composition for illuminating action, an emancipatory abstraction. Then, women in theory would no longer be subtractive stepsisters, but rather set the big table of synthesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and good timing too. All perfect. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce now Christina León, our next speaker. Christina is assistant professor of English at Princeton University, where she focuses on Latinx, Caribbean, and hemispheric literatures, in addition to critical engagements with feminist theory, queer theory, and performance studies. She has published a forthcoming work in Women and Performance, a journal of feminist theory, Sargasso, a journal of Caribbean language, Literature and Culture, Small Acts, GLQ, and ASAP journal, as well as translations in the forthcoming Havana Reader with Duke University Press. She's completing her first book, Radiant Opacity, Textured Aesthetics of Queer Latinidad. Christina, thank you so much for being here. Bienvenida.
I'm unmuting. Very good at multitasking. Let me share my screen and get things going. Thank you, María, for that introduction. And thank you, Erin and Anna, for your paper. And to everyone for the conversations, and to people in the audience who have undoubtedly helped me think over the years. Let me start this slideshow so I can go ahead and begin. I'll begin with, can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll begin with two epigraphs. The task of feminist political philosophy is neither to establish the proper meaning of true, nor to get caught up in a regressive pattern to show how the proper meaning always eludes our grasp, nor yet to ignore it, but to accept the risk of catachresis, end quote, Gayatri Spivak. And from Barbara Christian, I think how the articulation of theory is a gathering place, sometimes a point of rest as the process rushes on, insisting that you follow. So part one, reference and race. I still pause, whether by training or visceral reflex, when someone makes a claim for or about women without qualification, I should say. The term itself has been troubled by feminist, queer, trans, and critical race studies, among many others, as a taxonomic designation easily enjoyed by a few, resting historically upon binaries and modes of coloniality and racialization that diminish the lives of many. Put another way, when someone makes a political claim on the grounds of being a woman without context or situating qualifiers, we are still left to question what assumptions undergird this claim. And yet, this is neither a call to leave the term woman behind, nor is it to call out theory on behalf of women, which might rest upon an assumption that theory is the conceptual terrain of those safely positioned in the masculine. These concerns rather bring me back to a fundamental question of reference, one that the linguistic turn question and one that over 100 years of scholarship across diverse fields still grapples. If the question of referentiality in grammar dominated so much of the work in the 1990s, of theoretical work across many schools of thought, one might feel tempted to declare with the displacement of the linguistic turn that theory has moved past such a point. But a quick glance at the status of metaphor tells us that the problem of figuration in relation to raciality and racialized gender remains. And with the status of metaphor, I'm thinking specifically about decolonization is not a metaphor, and the conversational reply, slavery is a metaphor. So to this end, I ask, what does it feel like to be an overdetermined referent? Reference becomes a necessary relation to consider as an element of the political, the discursive, and the literary, especially when racialized and colonial subjects, writers, and artists are often charged with the task of telling us how horrible the past was and or laying out the path for a liberated future. While much of the systemic ontological imposition of racialized gender on non-white, non-cis, non-male peoples renders such lives as figures to maintain the larger symbolic system itself. It leaves the work of the past, the present, and the future on othered bodies, twisting and turning to fulfill various operations of meaning-making at once, seamlessly transfer information, excavate the past, and drill tidy tunnels into the future. If we still have a problem of reference, it has less to do with the status of signifiers as either arbitrary or performative, and more to do with how we collectively imagine the relationship between signifier and referent, especially as it concerns the tight tether between raciality and a supposed transparent affixing of that ethnic racialized subject as object. This tight tether has been remarked upon by various scholars who show how the racial is taken as a transparent signifier, which is never transparent at all, but instead mediated by a grid of intelligibility that is profoundly racist and colonial. And this racism grounds what we come to know as the sex-gender binary system. By what means might we consider the material need and the semantic gap that urges us to use specific identitarian terms in order to make certain claims on these hostile grounds? How to get at the ambivalence of this abiding term, woman? Under the urgency of this tense question, I turn to considerations of catachresis, especially as it has arisen in feminist theory at particularly interesting moments, committed to thinking representation and reference across theoretical schools of thought, namely critical Black studies, post-colonial and transnational studies, and deconstruction. I follow Spivak's urge to accept the risk of catachresis by way of assembling a genealogy of thinkers who show how reference, transparency and economy, and affect, figure and structure the impact of referentiality upon the political use of identitarian terms. I do so by treating theory as a gathering place, and like all gatherings, there are antagonisms and incommensurabilities. Part 2, between lack and need. If we follow the tracks of rhetoricians back to where they find an origin or a foundation of language, we arrive at a rhetorical figure that has no grounding, no solid significatory purchase on reference, but is born out of necessity and lack, catachresis. From Quintilian to Cicero and onward, catachresis is thought of as an imaginative, desperate, and monstrous form of rhetoric. Catachresis most often is understood as an abuse or misuse of metaphor and is defined as a figuration that is improper. It signifies something for which there can be no literal referent. Patricia Parker reminds us that catachresis is a transfer of terms from one place to another, employed when no proper word exists, while metaphor is a transfer of or substitution employed when a proper term does already exist and is displaced by a term transferred from another place, not its own. In this regard, catachresis emerges from the need to use a word where a proper one is lacking, proper in the sense of properly pre-existing, or proper to an order. If catachresis is the unground upon which all metaphor, in one way or another, takes flight, then its rather humble or desperate origin begets dissemination, because no one word will ever be enough. If we understand identity markers as the operations of catachresis, as a misuse or abuse of metaphor, then we have less recourse to use analogs for explanation, which makes equivocation and one-to-one translation impossible. Because analogy and recovery of the true referent are impossible projects for catachresis, the figure qua figure draws attention to the relational quality of referentiality with a particular inflection to think both need and loss. In this sense, to read identitarian terms as catachrestic would mean to read the context within which such terms make claims born out of the tense relationship between a lack of a proper word and a need to make a claim. This seems to me one textured way to consider why the term woman may cause unease, and why it is a term that inspires and warrants questioning, genealogy, and contention within feminist theory. Catachresis emerges between the lack of a word, or lexical loss, and need, Some losses are constitutive beyond any abstract sense of subject formation in language. Indeed, some losses are the grounding disenfranchisement that debase many, while the weight of their dispossession supports a few, both symbolically and materially. For catachresis to be born of loss or lacuna does not mean that we can equivocate those losses and lacks. The following poem by Raquel Salas Rivera shows how nothings can be multiple and incommensurate. The poem traffics in deficit by way of a consideration of Puerto Rico's vast debt, a debt that is both imposed, vastly disenfranchising Puerto Ricans on the island, and also a debt that is actively invested in vis-a-vis a disavowed coloniality. Written as a response to Marx's own writing, the poem underscores the ways in which nothingness, negativity, and loss cannot be equivocated. Pink plantains do not exist as such. The naming here is a catachresis that poetically figures an understanding of the untranslatability, indeed the emphatic incommensurability of these nothings. Double nose is a slippery move between English and Spanish. Is it a double negation of two utterances of no? Or is it a double nos? Which in Spanish would always be double in the sense that it functions as an enclitic first person plural pronoun embedded within reflexive verbs, and therefore both the object and the tacit subject of the verb's work. To read this nos as nos would mean it is truncated, cut off from a phantasmatic transitive reflexive verb. The poem already exists in a double since the tertiary Lo Terciario is published in both Spanish and English with the directions of the pages inverted, a queer relation between these two colonial languages, which seems most befitting for Puerto Rico. The doubled enunciation of the poem creates an echo and a chasm between the languages and disorders, which is the original and which is the translation. At times, catachresis can operate a bit like an amalgam, creating entities of seemingly disparate parts, the most notorious examples being the face of a mountain or the legs of a chair. We could mistake these catachreses as anthropomorphisms, but not all legs belong to humans. And anthropomorphism, rhetorically speaking, often has the effect of showing the limitations around the ontological parameters of the human, rather than sheerly granting human form to another entity. One of the principal motivations for coming back to the question of reference and representation is because racialized gendered subjects are often taken as data, as givens. Put another way, the burden of representation is more deeply demanded and more insistently felt alongside raciality. I use the term raciality to explicitly evoke the work of Denise Ferreira da Silva, who claims that one of the largest conceits and ruses of modern grammars of raciality is the transparency thesis. So rather than a tout court polemic against identity politics, I wonder how thinking about identity terms as catachresic de-idealizes identity, and thus attends less to the open identity or open idea of identity as a cipher of positive otherness, and more to the material embeddedness, the negativity of alterity, and the contradiction or non-self-sameness of even those non-Western, non-white. Part 3, grammar lessons. Payoff of a notion of language that operates off of a fundamental difference or différence cannot simply mean that meaning, or it cannot simply be that meaning is deferred, that the original is a matrix, that gender is a performance of a repetition for which there is no original. The ground zero of no original is catachrestic, a ground and unground all at once, a quotidian practice which exposes our limit thinking when substitution can no longer suffice, when analogical thinking collapses into sameness with too much violence, where need and lack converge. More pointedly, the question of endless substitution or malleability arises through an attention to fungibility and plasticity, two concepts so rigorously explored in the work of Zakiyyah Hartman, C. Riley Snorton, Jules Jill Peterson, and Zakiyyah Iman Jackson. Fungibility is the underbelly of metaphorical substitution, a grammar lesson in the raciality that undergirds gender in the Americas and more globally. Catachresis is risky. Its operations may be so in a few ways. They risk being misunderstood, risk that the signifier will not do justice to the signified, risk making claims on very shaky ground. But following Rachel's logic in a lot of her work, we must risk letting the question of referentiality bring to bear on the relation between loss and need. Though signifiers work in modes of deferral, some forms of active disenfranchisement demand that we use terms more roughshod and more direct than eloquent metaphors and theoretical polemics. This dual register speed is often the difficult push and pull of politics and ethics, the need to act or claim as the process rushes onward. Black feminists have long articulated a rigorous political rhetoric with attention to material conditions, an American grammar whose foundation is both rupture and continuation. Note the inaugural moves of Hortense Spiller's Mama's Baby, Papa's Maybe. Let's face it, I'm a marked woman, but not everybody knows my name. Peaches and brown sugar, sapphire and earth mother, auntie, granny, God's holy fool, a Miss Ebony first, or black woman at the podium. I describe a locus of confounded identities, a meeting ground of investments and privations in the national treasury of rhetorical wealth. My country needs me, and if I were not here, I would have to be invented. Spiller's illustrative opening lines play with the tension of being marked that leads to a confusion of names and ends on how such a positionality is structural to an anti-Black national project. To be marked is to be a target, to have an ontological condition written upon one, and to be somehow recalcitrant to any comfortable nominalization. The names disseminate into different names, but the condition of the name stays in a loop of this originary violence that divests the marked woman in service of a national treasury of rhetorical wealth. In a dazzling set of sentences, we move from what we have to face to being marked, to a list of names that range from violently intimate to disenfranchisingly euphemistic to constitutively respectable. But in the meeting ground of confounded identities, the marked woman is both a need and an almost invention. She is necessitated. If the grammars and modern representations we've received rest upon such radical debasement, then abuse of language may be one strategy for calling attention to that very structure of meaning making. In Catachresis, Paul Demond finds a monstrosity of figuration that can reorient our relationship to the supposedly given, the referential status of reality itself. Abuse of language is, of course, itself the name of a trope, catachresis. They are capable of inventing the most fantastic entities by dint of the positional power inherent in language. They can dismember the texture of reality and reassemble it in the most capricious of ways, pairing man with woman or human being with beast in the most unnatural shapes. Something monstrous lurks in the most innocent of catachreses. When one speaks of the legs of a table or the face of the mountain, catachresis is already turning into prosopopeia, and one begins to perceive of a world of potential ghosts and monsters. The positional power inherent in language that Demond notes reverberates even more forcefully with imperatives of standpoint epistemology. A world of potential ghosts and monsters produces a hauntological resonance, the figurations that dwell on the limits of signification. We should welcome such hauntings beyond proper meaning with all the urgency of need. Catachresis, it seems, betrays something of language, shows its misfits, its desperate need, its lexical lacuna, its affective uneasiness. Metaphor can fashion substitution through resemblance. Patricia Parker shows how metaphor has been aligned with ornamentality, with the quote-unquote leisure class of rhetoric, with friendly and neighborly transfers of meaning. Catachresis, on the other hand, according to Parker again, is, quote, somewhat more desperate, end quote. It can also reign in the realm of tropes as the originary figurativity of any language system, the tenuous gap and need from which language more generally arises. But this origin would only ever be metaleptically known. This metalepsis cues me to return in this terrain to the question of woman, which means taking seriously the uneven tether to referentiality that those who are marked by raciality and coloniality endure. It is also to come back to the violence that structures many, many lives, but does not throw our systems of knowing, thinking, and feeling into ethical crisis. In the difficult space between matter and meaning, we come to a dream of rigor that cannot be chastened by the affective landscape of shame and white guilt, one that remembers the bodies on the line. And again, this is Horton Spillers. Even though the captive flesh body has been liberated and no one need pretend that even the quotation marks don't matter, dominant symbolic activity, the ruling episteme, historiography, and its topics shows movement. I would call it the great long national shame. But people do not like to talk like that anymore. It's embarrassing, just as the retrieval of mutilated female bodies will likely be backward for some people. Neither the shamefaced of the embarrassed nor the not looking back of the self-assured is of very much interest to us and will not help us at all if rigor is our dream. We might concede at the very least that sticks and stones might break our bones, but words will most certainly kill us. The symbolic order that I wish to trace in this writing, calling it American grammar, begins at the beginning, which is really a rupture and a radically different kind of cultural continuation. Spiller calls us to get past shame, past guilt, and to deal with the intertwined violence of both grammar and matter. The force of a hurled stick or brick may break a person's skeletal frame, but the architecture of American grammar kills. If this is so, is this abuse of language enough? I'm not sure. But the short exercise in retracing my relationship to the term woman has asked me to come back again to grammar and matter as indelibly linked. Thinking with catachresis is less a polemic for or against catachresis because it is in use all of the time. Attention to catachresis as a fundamental rhetorical operation invites us to be attentive to the politico-ethical ramifications of the pressures of signification for those who are overdetermined by their sign as referent, as evidence. Perhaps the risk of catachresis comes in the form of thinking about referentiality at its limits, a thinking that cannot but attend to the status of the referent rather than only the sign. Instead, we may do well to think the status of referentiality and these matters that haunt our political terrain. For Racial, such a work of limit thinking would allow referentiality to interrupt the work of theory. Let referentiality interrupt, to reopen the post-structuralist closure on this issue, to acknowledge the inevitability of reference even in the most avant-garde of theoretical undertakings, and to demand a thorough reassessment of an originary act of repudiation and exclusion in terms that can begin to address the scandal of domination and exploitation of one part of mankind by another, end quote. And that is the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Wonderful talk. Okay, so now we are open for a discussion. We will have around 12, 13 minutes to take questions and have our speakers answer them. I would remind the panelists that if you just want to ask a question, you can raise your hand, but let me know via our chat to whom you're asking the question. And otherwise, I will be having a look at the Q&A. We don't have questions right now, but like it is always hard to come up with a question right away. So I will just let Erin start because she already has questions for both of our panelists, and we'll give people some time to think about having a question. Erin, go ahead.
Thanks, María, and thank you to Anna and Christina for two really brilliant papers to start this two-day event. Really wonderful. So I of course was the one who designed this program and put you two together, and I hadn't fully articulated to myself why, but I have some theories. But what one aspect of each of your talks stood out to me as really being sort of an invitation to the other to respond. So I want to point those out and maybe ask you to briefly respond as María collects questions from others. And I loved the idea or the question of whether it's possible to subtract from subtraction. And I heard an echo in that when Christina was reading Raquel Salas Rivera's poem, where they talk about the idea of double negation, the double no, which Christina, you link in Spanish to the double nos, or kind of collective pronoun, which then of course brings me back to Anna, who ended her talk talking about the possibility of a we. So I wanted to know kind of, Anna, what do you think of catachresis through this possible connection between your papers, which I think in other areas, maybe there's room for disagreement, productive disagreement. And Christina, what do you think of the idea of subtracting from subtraction, or the argument in favor of feminist abstraction from your perspective?
I mean, so I think the generativity of catachresis as a figure would be a nice point of convergence between us, but it would depend on whether the interpretation is pitched towards, you know, accentuating that generativity and what it makes, or towards a kind of infinite recess of negation, right? So what is it that can be composed in the process of double negation? And the rhyme, or that kind of, you know, poetic substrate of sensuous echo of the possible collective pronoun and the possible double negation is a good source for that, right? Because it speaks to poetic making of alternative idioms that nonetheless might have, you know, some conceptual heft to them, right? Some presence, as it were. So I think when I'm uneasy is when the movement of the poetic making or the critique of conceptuality is to disintegration. I don't think that the negation of the negation amounts to nothing.
Thanks, and thanks for the question. Can you hear me? I'm not being, okay, great. Constantly worried about the screen. Thank you so much for the question, Erin, and thank you for that really interesting response, Anna. The notion of this subtracting from the subtraction, I'm actually really interested in hearing more about, because as you were speaking about it, I was thinking, like, this is really interesting, and an interesting kind of calculus. To your point, I think one of the things that I'm so smitten by with Salas Rivera's poem is that it talks about different scales of negation rather than just a double negation or a complete disintegration. So it holds on to incommensurate negations and voids without collapsing them. And that's what I find to be so generative about that poem, which I think functions on a few levels catachrestically. And I think catachresis is a really interesting way of thinking, with not thinking about total disintegration, because with catachresis, you're still using language. So I don't think catachresis is total disintegration or a kind of movement into complete negativity, but rather a tense and tensile kind of rhetorical figure for speaking about how we feel and how we use terms that are questionable.
Okay, so we have a number of questions already, and I want to ask Christina and Anna a question. Would you like me to collect a number of questions so we can make the best out of the time we have? Or do you want to go one by one? And that's also totally understandable, given that it takes a lot of focus to keep track of questions.
I completely defer to you, María.
So it's not too many, but I will take a couple for each one of you so we can make the best out of the time. And then you will have, each of you will have about, let's say, 4 minutes to answer both questions. Does that work? All right, so we have a few questions among our panelists, and we have a question in the Q&A. So let me read the question in the Q&A first, and then I'll let Karen, Natalie, and Xiomara ask their questions among the group of panelists. So the question in the Q&A, I am reading Raquel Parrine, and she says, thank you for the wonderful talk. I wanted to ask Anna to elaborate more about the idea of feminist theory as an abstraction that liberates. I thought it was so interesting to hear you contrapose feminist theory and individualism. How can feminist theory help confront what is being called white feminism or girl boss feminism? So that's for Anna, and then I'll just let Karen, Natalie, and Xiomara ask their questions in that order, because that's the order they raised their hands. So Karen, go ahead.
Okay, I have a broad speculative question for Anna, and I'm happy to let to defer it to later. I think this goes back to maybe one of the conversations we had sort of in one of the exchanges, like with our drafts. You know, you talked about, on the one hand, these different kind of ways of conceptualizing the collective, on the one hand in terms of the common, on the other hand in terms of the universal. I just wondered if you could say a bit more about that and how you think about sort of this knowing. I essentially agree with all of your points, but there's a lot sort of that, you know, that you suggest, and I just wondered sort of how you situate the point that you're making, maybe in dialogue with perhaps some of the, you know, one of the many different takes on kind of sort of the way that political philosophy or Marxist political philosophy approaches these same questions of materialism, of knowing and being, right? So how do you situate this kind of vindication of theory in relation to these, to this sort of enormous questions of kind of being and knowing, right? That, and I'm sure that many of the thinkers that you're in dialogue with are also thinking about.
Natalie, just go ahead.
Hi. My question, thank you for both of your papers. They gave me so much to think about. My question has to do with the relationship between the abstract, abstraction, and materiality. It seemed like I found that both Anna and Christina's papers were speaking to other, yet with different terms. So my question is, what might be the relationship between the abstraction of the category of woman and what Christina describes as the matter or materiality of the category, which could be linked to a grammar that abstracts?
My question builds right after that, so it's perfect that I'm following Natalie. Thank you both, Christina and Anna, for very rich and complex papers to sit with. And like Natalie, I'm interested in the category of woman, but I was sparked by Christina's decision to go back to like structuralism roots of like semiotics, and to talk about like the linguistic political context that lies within the signifier of woman. And so I'm wondering then, can we return back to this question about the signifier woman and how that functions and interfaces between the terms that I've been hearing flow between both papers: metaphor, materiality, abstraction, and what role does the signifier of woman play in relation to these concepts? Thank you.
All right, so you'll have to be very economic about your answers if we want to keep the time, but just go ahead and make the best use you can of the time we have.
You can go ahead.
I think that what I'm trying to suggest, actually possibly connecting all of these, is that there is a quality of thought that is metaphorical, which is attentive to the rivenness of the material itself, or the non-immanence of the material itself, which is attentive to the kind of defiles of the signifier, to take the Sedgwickian, you know, and Lacanian kind of term, right? Which that quality of thought has political promise for us, even though that quality has been, I think, consistently repudiated and delegitimated by feminist commitments to immediacy, to versions of, you know, phenomenality. So I think I would just say that my interest is in trying to access that quality of thought that I do think is in that register of the metaphoric, the abstract, the conceptual, that, you know, draws its knowledge from the rivenness of, or non-givenness of, the phenomenal.
Thanks. Those are really fantastic questions. Thank you so much. They're generous and dialogic, and do a lot of synthetic work between our papers, which is beautiful on a Friday midterm. So I will just quickly say, I think one of the things that's interesting about the consistent return to the question of woman within feminist theory which sometimes maybe feels like a temporal drag to bring Elizabeth Freeman into the room, is one that I think is, that I still find really motivating, in the sense that the way in which catachresis articulates a kind of abstraction that is difficult, uneasy, attends to the kind of return to this question as a form of dis-ease or a de-idealization of how we might use abstracted terms, while drawing attention to why we need to use the terms. And so, Xiomara, to your point, I feel as if it's kind of a looping question, right? In the sense that when I ask the question, then I have to attend to the scene of enunciation in some capacity. And then Natalie, your question is brilliant and wonderful. And I think one of the things that I'm thinking of there in that kind of consistent questioning would be then, what is the symbolic, who is asking to do the symbolic work, who is at the limits of the symbolic work, and what is the material fallout for using these terms, and thinking, and beyond just using the terms, because I think we do use the terms, we're in this conversation, but rather the sort of material fallout for how we think about the term.
Thank you both. And thank you everyone for the questions, for listening, for being with us. We have now a 15-minute break to make the whole Zoom experience bearable for the rest of the day. So just stay there and in 15 minutes, which means 10:30 Pacific time or anything else, wherever you are, we'll reconvene for the next session. And I think Erin is going to announce what is to come via chat. So thank you everyone, and thank you again, Christina and Anna, for wonderful talks.
Thank you.
Vengo en busca de respuestas con el manojo lleno y las venas abiertas. Vengo como un libro abierto, ansiosa de aprender la historia no contada de nuestros ancestros, con el viento que dejaron los abuelos y que vive en cada pensamiento de esta amada tierra, tierra. Quien sabe cuidarlo es quien de verdad la quiera. Vengo para mirar de nuevo, para verlo siempre y despertar el ojo ciego, sin miedo. Tú y yo descolonicemos lo que nos enseñaron, con nuestro pelo negro, con pómulos marcados, con el orgullo indio en el alma tatuado. Vengo con la mirada, vengo con la palabra, esa palabra hablada, vengo sin temor a no perder nada, vengo como el niño que busca de su morada, la entrada al origen, la vuelta de su cruzada, vengo a buscar la historia silenciada, la historia de una tierra saqueada. Vengo con el mundo y vengo con los pájaros, vengo con las flores y los árboles, sus cantos, vengo con el cielo y sus constelaciones, vengo con el mundo y todas sus estaciones, vengo agradecida al punto de partida, vengo con la madera, la montaña y la vida, vengo con el aire, el agua, la tierra y el fuego, vengo a mirar el mundo de nuevo. Vengo con mis ideas como escudo, con el sentir humano, a vivir este mundo donde el hombre nuevo busca el contrapunto. Vengo humano, vengo como tú, en busca de la huella, de la pieza del árbol y de su corteza, que guarda en su memoria que el canto de victoria cuando vimos de la tierra lloramos con tal euforia. Y abrimos así nuestros brazos tan encadilados y nos acurrucamos al origen de los tiempos, a la fuente del universo donde yace el sentimiento de vivir este comienzo. Vengo con la sangre roja, con los pulmones llenos de rimas en mi boca, con los ojos rasgados, con la tierra en las manos. Venimos con el mundo y venimos con su canto. Vengo a construir un sueño, el brillo de la vida que habita en el hombre nuevo. Vengo buscando un ideal de un mundo sin clase que se pueda levantar. Vengo con el mundo y vengo con los pájaros, vengo con las flores y los árboles, sus cantos, vengo con el cielo y sus constelaciones, vengo con el mundo y todas sus estaciones, vengo agradecida al punto de partida, vengo con la madera, la montaña y la vida, vengo con el aire, el agua, la tierra y el fuego, vengo a mirar el mundo de nuevo. Vengo a mirar el mundo de nuevo. De respuestas con el manojo lleno y las venas abiertas. Vengo buscando un ideal de un mundo sin clase que se pueda levantar. Vengo con nuestro pelo negro, con pómulos marcados, con el orgullo indio en el alma tatuado. Vengo. Tú nos dices que debemos sentarnos, pero las ideas solo pueden levantarnos, caminar, recorrer, no rendirse ni retroceder, ver, aprender como esponja, absorber. Nadie sobre todos, faltan todos, suman todos para todos, todo para nosotros. Soñamos en grande que se caiga el imperio, lo gritamos algo, no queda más remedio. Esto no es utopía, es alegre rebeldía del baile de los que sobran de la danza que es mía. Levantarnos para decir ya basta, ni África ni América Latina se suba. Un barro con casco, con lápiz a patear el fiasco, provocar un social terremoto en este charco.
الوضع بده الردع صار الوضع بده الردع لكل كتير بتحرر مستوطن بتلمس لكن مصافحة يد ألفان ألف راب بالهدار الإعلام سلاح مطيب فبركوت أما لما ألمي يدي برجع الواقع كما todos los callados todos los omitidos todos
Nazca, Trileo o al Mapo. 1000 veces venceremos, del cielo al suelo y del suelo al cielo vamos. Caballito blanco, vuelve pa' tu pueblo, no te tenemos miedo, tenemos vida y fuego. Fuego en nuestras manos, fuego en nuestros ojos, tenemos tanta vida y esta fuerza color rojo. La niña María no quiere tu castigo, se va a liberar con el suelo palestino. Somos africanos, latinoamericanos, somos este sur y juntamos nuestras manos. Todos los callados, todos los sometidos, todos los invisibles, todos los callados, todos los sometidos, todos los invisibles, Yo puedo ser tu hermana, tu hija, Tamara, Pamela o Valentina. Yo puedo ser tu gran amiga, incluso tu compañera de vida. Yo puedo ser tu gran aliada, la que aconseja y la que apaña. Yo puedo ser cualquiera de todas, depende de cómo tú me apodas. Pero no voy a ser la que obedece, porque mi cuerpo me pertenece. Yo decido de mi tiempo, como quiero y donde quiero. Independiente yo nací, independiente decidí. Yo no camino detrás de ti, yo camino de la para ti. Tú no me vas a humillar, tú no me vas a gritar, tú no me vas a someter, tú no me vas a golpear, tú no me vas a denigrar, tú no me vas a obligar, tú no me vas a silenciar, tú no me vas a callar. No sumisa ni obediente, mujer fuerte, insurgente, independiente y valiente, romper la cadena de lo indiferente, no pasiva ni oprimida, mujer linda que das vida, emancipada en autonomía, antipatriarca y alegría. Ser protagonista de nuestra historia y la que agita a la gente, la comunidad, la que despierta la vecindad, la que organiza la economía de su casa, de su familia. Mujer libre se pone de pie y a romper las cadenas de la piel. Tú no me vas a humillar, tú no me vas a gritar, tú no me vas a someter, tú no me vas a golpear, tú no me vas a denigrar, tú no me vas a obligar, tú no me vas a silenciar, tú no me vas a callar. No sumisa ni obediente, mujer fuerte, insurgente, independiente y valiente, romper la cadena de lo indiferente, no pasiva ni oprimida, mujer linda que das vida, emancipada en autonomía, antipatriarca y alegría. Yo busco libertad con nombre y apellido, como una caída libre en un salto hacia el vacío, en un continuo desvarío, en un suave sinsentido que me lleva hacia el delirio. Busco el error como forma de respuesta, un colapso seguro que perturbe mi cabeza. Esta vida torpe que tanto tropieza es un regalo que atraviesa esta caja de sorpresa. Una vida sin locura no es vida, es un pedazo, un retazo, el murmullo de un zarpazo, el trazo se delinea sin miedo al fracaso, sin exitismo, olvidar el conformismo. Viva el heroísmo y todos sus desaciertos. Lo cierto no es tan cierto, es un avance en retroceso. Lo que tú ves libre yo lo considero preso, preso de un modelo atrofiado del progreso. No voy a pedir permiso ni pedir la palabra. El que quiera escucharme, bienvenido en esta sala.
¿Qué es lo que somos? No es como debe ser, pero es.
Crear es un acto que incomoda. No voy a pedir permiso ni pedir la palabra. El que quiera escucharme, bienvenido en esta sala.
Que es lo que somos, no es como debe ser, pero hey.
Crear es un acto que incomoda.
En este largo andar el descenso duele, al final del día puedo ser.
Okay, welcome to those of you who are just joining us. Welcome back to those of you who were with us for the first panel. A link to the symposium program can be found in the chat. Please feel free to use the chat to introduce yourself, say where you're coming from, comment on the papers as you're listening. Any questions you have directly for the presenters, you should enter into the Q&A, not the chat. So with that, we will begin our second panel on the topic of racializing thought. And unfortunately, Rizvana Bradley was unable to attend today due to a family emergency, but it is my pleasure to introduce our panel chair, Inger Flem Soto, who is a student in the Comparative Studies in Literature and Culture PhD program at the University of Southern California. Inger holds a master's degree in gender studies from the University of Chile. Her research has focused on continental philosophy, gender and queer theory, Latin American literature, and issues surrounding the HIV/AIDS pandemic, all topics on which she has published articles and book chapters. She is also interested in translation studies and practice and is currently working on translating the work of Peggy Kamouf. So Inger, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Erin, and hi, everyone. It's very exciting to have people from everywhere, from all over. I'm going to be introducing our panelists today. First up is Natalie Belisle from University of Southern California. And after her talk, we'll listen to Zakiyyah Iman Jackson, also from the University of California. And finally, our third panelist, is going to be Rocío Zambrana from Emory University. So after all the talks, we'll receive questions for the panel, and that way you can direct your question to one or multiple panelists as you wish. And please remember that only the questions in the Q&A session will get to the panelists, and not those that are sent through the chat session. So as I said, our first panelist is Natalie Belisle, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Latin American and Iberian Cultures at the University of Southern California, where her research and teaching focus on Caribbean and Afro-Latin American literature and visual culture through the lens of post-colonial studies, critical race theory, Black feminist studies, and post-humanist studies. She has published work in Small Acts and Interventions, International Journal of Postcolonial Studies, and is currently writing a book titled Strangers at Home, Opaque Citizenships in Contemporary Caribbean Narrative. And today her talk will be called The Head That Remains.
Thank you. Let me make sure I'm unmuted. Okay. First off, I'd like to thank my colleague, Erin Graff Zivin, for making this event possible from what evolved from informal conversations to more formal roundtable discussions, both about the meaning of thought as theory and the place of women in thought. This call spoke to a long-standing preoccupation I have had about the position of Black Afro-Latin American women as theorists, both in the cultural theories of Latin America and in Latin Americanist critique. Although contemporary Afro-Latin American women writers and theorists have been engaged in what we call thought, their thinking as theory remains for the most part within what we call, silenced within what we call the canon of Latin Americanist critique and cultural theory. I situate this silencing by returning to one of the foundational cultural theories of Latin America, mestizaje. In 2021, mestizaje as a cultural theory of Latin America has been relegated to the disciplinary archives of Latin Americanist theory as a foregone conclusion. And attempts to problematize and persist with mestizaje, to return to a cultural theory that has been discursively exhausted, might suggest that I'm advancing an uncritical recapitulation of identitarian difference. To the contrary, I return to mestizaje because of the persistent hold that it has over Latin Americanist thought as a vanishing concept that enacts an irreparable structural violence on Afro-Latin American women, rendering them unthinkable as subjects of critical reason. And here I want to begin by gesturing to the words of Afro-Dominican theorist Xochitl Curiel. Let me see. Invoking the continued relevance of mestizaje in this passage, Curiel engages in several important critical moves. First, she begins by repositioning mestizaje as the theoretical ground of Afro-Latin Americanist feminist studies or women-centered studies. Moreover, she reintroduces the vocabulary of whiteness without naming it as such, via the metonymy of Europe into the cultural discourses and theories of and about Latin America, where concepts such as race as a critical gesture, and in particular Blackness, have long, and even white supremacy have long been dismissed as foreign North American imports. Lastly, Curiel arrests the accepted conceptual translation of mestizaje from racial mixture to cultural synthesis, bringing into view how the sexual and gendered underpinnings of mestizaje have been lost in its theoretical resignification. In light of Curiel's insistence that we persist critically with mestizaje, my talk today was inspired by an encounter I had actually over a decade ago with a writer that I've been working with for a while, and particularly his 2007 science fictional novela, La Cabeza, The Head, by Puerto Rican Dominican writer Pedro Cavilla. Taking his cue from Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Pedro Cavilla elaborates a macabre and disquieting tale of bodily abduction, dismemberment, and transplantation, which I read as a noteworthy instantiation of the dislocation of Black and Afro-descendant women from Latin American cultural theory. In the opening scene, Cavilla introduces newlywed Gloria, who having lost a significant portion of her body in a gruesome car accident, is revived as a cyborg through the intervention of her husband Daniel's mad scientist brother Ezekiel. Unable to endure the monstrous and non-consensual enslavement of his wife to a machine that sustains her vital functions, Daniel colludes once again with his brother to free Gloria by giving her the body of his secretary and sexual conquest, Martha. Following the procedure, Gloria achieves a newfound sense of freedom with Martha's transplanted, and I quote, bronze body, fleshly thighs, raised buttocks, and small and dark nipples. She does not hesitate in appropriating this abducted body as her own, notwithstanding the sharp contrast it makes with the white skin of her face. Cavilla attempts to momentarily distract us from this scene of subjection with a twist of vengeful humor. Gloria repays her husband's violent benevolence by running off with her nurse and caretaker, Raquel, which Daniel only discovers when Martha's head, sustained alive in a capsule, registers and vocalizes Gloria's phantom orgasms. In the novel's closing scene, however, readers are left to gaze upon the singular horror of Martha's severed yet living head, which Daniel has relocated from his office to his nightstand, deemed, and I quote, without a doubt, the best place for her. I would like to remain with this talking severed head, for it recapitulates an old familiar story. Contemporary feminist thought has upheld the figure of the decapitated woman as a symbol for the silencing and interdiction of women's thinking, seen as a threat to the dominant patriarchal order. Notably, in her sustained critique of phallogocentrism that holds sway over psychoanalytic thought, Hélène Cixous invokes the beheaded woman as the embodiment of women losing their heads in response to male castration anxiety. In one sense, the figure of the beheaded woman emblematizes the experience of going mad. In another related sense, it speaks to the condition of women who must relinquish their intellectual sovereignty, becoming automatons to endure and survive patriarchal domination and its manifold iterations. Paradoxically, Cixous observes, women can keep their heads and secure for themselves an illusory existence by handing over the voice that emanates from their heads to the masculine. What women hand over, Cixous later specifies, is the ability to speak and write of their pleasure, which amounts to the denial of women's capacity to embody and feel pleasure, power in and of itself. Thusly, even when women open their mouths, their utterances are perceived as vain chatter, sound without meaning and substance. In a similar vein, reflecting on the significance of the Medusa's severed head in the context of social and political terror, Adriana Caballero argues that decapitation aims to destroy the uniqueness of the body, tearing at its constitutive vulnerability the face, the singularity of the human condition. This recognition of vulnerability, this negation, of the recognition of vulnerability, Caballero later underscores, is encapsulated in the iconic depictions of the paralyzed, open-mouthed Medusa, who emits a guttural howl that is nevertheless rendered mute to the ears of those who behold her. In many regards, La Cabeza appears in close conversation with this mythical and critical genealogy of women's decapitation, reconstituted through the postmodern science-fictional cyborg narrative. Yet amidst the surplus of gendered corporeal violence in La Cabeza, it becomes easy to overlook the men's particular investment in managing the production of women's thinking. As the brothers deliberate over the ethics of stealing Martha's body, Ezekiel, this is the mad scientist, reasons that Martha will be better off without it because she will be able to attend solely to the life of the mind. And this is a quote from the text. I'm translating it. This is my English translation. The head is the temple of the soul. The neck is the technical support that in the majority of times is nothing more than an impediment that one has to maintain so that the head can survive. What we are being resides exclusively in the head. You are giving her the opportunity to live a mental life free at last from the onerous burden of the body and its dirty necessities like defecating, eating, and reproduction. Rehearsing this sinister Cartesian logic, Ezekiel justifies Martha's decapitation under the pretext that it will give her a life of interrupted contemplation, for her body's prioritization of vital yet perceivably low metabolic functions nullifies the primacy of thought. Ezekiel's statement, however, reveals a glaring contradiction. The very body that precludes Martha from engaging in the life of the mind, it is reassembled so that it becomes the vital source of Gloria's self-determination, the effect of the faculty of will attributed to self-consciousness that is unique to human beingness. And it fuels Gloria, so this white woman's fugitivity and liberation from the prison of domesticity and compulsory heterosexuality. How then might we reconcile the disparate weight accorded not only to the body, but especially to thought itself under the ownership of two different women? I suggest that the answer lies in the ephemera of race that inheres within the novella, but is concealed by Gloria's unaffected engulfment of Martha's body. Severed from the head, the materiality of the body loudly signifies blackness, bronze body, fleshly thighs, raised buttocks, ciphered iconically in what Afro-Brazilian theorist Lélia Gonzalez describes as the partial object par excellence of our culture, a bunda, the buttocks. For Gonzalez, this pervasive reduction of Black people and Blackness in Latin America to a partial object, effectively that which emerges via its dismemberment from the whole, whether the nation or the continent, produces an account of both the denial of Blackness and its indisputable presence. This absented presence can be traced in language, and thus in the unconscious and the cultural construction of the American continent. And yet this unconscious Blackness that extends itself throughout Latin America struggles to make itself conscious and acknowledged as substantive thought by Black and Afro-descended women within the cultural theories of Latin America. Instead, Black dismemberment continues to dominate both Latin American cultural depictions of Black and Afro-descendant women as objects of pleasure and sexual desire in the field of Latin American cultural theory, even when the circumstances, as in La Cabeza, call for somber and critical reflection of the violent subjection of their bodies. These dominant cultural narratives rehearse what Zakiyyah Hartman has called the transubstantiation of abjection into contentment and pleasure. This supposed pleasure, like the mad scientist's wager, is a diversion and a ruse from the fact that the Black woman's head cannot engage in self-conscious pleasure, even when it is allowed to exist divorced from the body. Gloria's orgasms, the ecstatic articulation of freedom and self-determination, constantly interrupt Martha's cogitation as an I. The men's investment in the expropriation and signification of women's voice is not, as Sisu and Cavaretto suggest, merely a universal instantiation of the patriarchal silencing of the feminine. We must not lose sight of the fact that Martha is enslaved to both the masculine, who has encapsulated her head, and the feminine, who has reconciled Martha's sacrificial abduction and absconded with her body. The racial specificity of the feminine twinned the text appropriate gesture to the history of what Edouard Glissant calls the stifled and deferred or disguised speech of the plantation, where the cry or suffering elicited by the violence dispensed on the bodies of enslaved Black people was rendered mute and then sublimated into disguised creative expression. But whereas Glissant rightly demonstrates that this suffering is ultimately transfigured into speech, that is into a poetics that Paul Gilroy later identifies as a countercultural politics of lower frequency, the orgasmic cry in La Cabeza is reconstituted as a feminist revenge plot that exploits Afro-Latin American women's thinking. Thusly, the decapitated Black woman is not so much rendered mute, but her voice is rather intercepted and ventriloquized by way of Gloria's whiteness. Likewise, in disclosing the racial logic that drives not only Martha's decapitation, but also the grafting and integration of her Black body onto Gloria's whiteness, I also find that La Cabeza brings into view the biotechnologies of race that, fueled by the consumptive logic of neoliberalism, have enabled humans to manipulate the materiality of the body in ways that render them racially ambiguous. And we need look no further than the documented proliferation of plastic surgery in Latin America, where many women seek, among other procedures, cosmetic modification of their buttocks so that they appear larger, higher, and rounder, that is to say, more Black, without necessarily becoming Black or explicitly naming Blackness as the object of their bodily fantasies. In the case, for example, of plastic surgery in Brazil, Álvaro Jarrín observes that Blackness is only valued in the lower regions of the body, if at all, whereas non-white facial characteristics are consistently devalued as unaesthetic and are subject to surgical correction. I contend alternatively that attribution of the unaesthetic, or more pointedly, ugliness, to the Black female head in the Latin American cultural imagination might also operate as a metonymy about the epistemology of Black Latin American female cognition and thinking. Horton Spillers cleanly shows this on a broader scale, noting that descriptions of Black ugliness, for example, in Portuguese account of Black Africans, correspond to a foreign code of consciousness, that is, an epistemology of Black non-thinking. In La Cabeza, then, the final consignment of Martha's Black head to the shadows of a man's nightstand undoes the scientist's Cartesian premise that it will allow her to think. The biotechnology of race in Latin America, exemplified in this novel, but this is just one instantiation, produces a transracial subject, literally a body that is half white and half Black, or a cyborg mulata. As Marilyn Miller shows, the mulata body is iconized in Latin American and Caribbean cultural texts as the elaboration of locally specific mestizaje within the broader theory of mestizaje that forms the basis of Latin American cultural identity and cultural theory. I propose, however, that we read the transracial cyborg mulata subject that emerges in La Cabeza, not as a local instantiation of mestizaje, but rather an account of its general condition of emergence. The case I am making here is twofold. First, I contend that La Cabeza can be read as an allegory of the constitution of mestizaje. And second, that La Cabeza enables us to see the discourse of mestizaje as a foundational cultural theory of Latin America's biopolitical constitution, and functions and is sustained by the specific abduction, silencing, and confinement of Black and Afro-descendant women to the shadows of Latin Americanist thought. This abductive gesture is similarly noted in Denise Ferreira da Silva's incisive rereading of Brazilian racial democracy, the myth that logically unfolds from the espousal of mestizaje as an explicitly gendered text, and this is a term that she uses, that is contingent on the appropriation of Black female bodies. As a cultural theory, mestizaje and its corollaries, transculturation, hybridity, in-betweenness, and even as La Cabeza elucidates queer fugitivity, which where I'm thinking about queerness as how it's signified to the point where it loses specificity and meaning, transmutes the biotechnology of race science into a theory of culture that, as Ferreira da Silva illuminates, renders racial emancipation contingent on the obliteration of race, and more specifically, racialized Blackness. This suggests that the condition of possibility for other forms of emancipation, including the queer liberation made possible by cross-racial and cross-gender alliances that Donna Haraway heralds in the Cyborg Manifesto. It's limited, yet the emancipatory promise of the cyborg, understood in La Cabeza as a postmodern iteration of mestizaje, collapses as we witness that glorious transracial queer liberation requires the engulfment of a Blackness that she appropriates as her own. In La Cabeza, I find an exemplary and methodological account of the unnamed exclusion and divestment of Afro-Latin American women's thinking and thinkers as unthinkable and untheorizable within the field of Latin Americanist and Latin American cultural theory. Although the interpretive possibilities of this text seem to proliferate under the total absence of temporal and geopolitical signposts, the novella's staging of a scientific experiment that engenders a transracial body implot the narrative within the history of New World colonialism, commonly theorized as a laboratory that alchemized Europe's violent assemblage of indigenous African and Asian peoples, eventually giving way to a cultural métissage. This experiment in one of the founding canonical texts of mestizaje and transcultural discourse, José Vasconcelos' La Raza Cósmica, the Cosmic Race, has been described vis-a-vis a plant metaphor as a grafting of foreign species whereby Blackness disappears into the mestizo body politic, ultimately giving way to racial synthesis. By lingering on the somatic, La Cabeza reveals the discontinuities within the supposed synthesis, even while Gloria affirms "this is mine" in regards to the bronze body now grafted onto her white head. Cabilla's text makes the somatic boundary between whiteness and Blackness discernible, and in doing so reveals what components of Black womanhood are deemed worth saving in this experiment and which aspects are worth discarding. Without question, these discontinuities constitute part of a broader crisis of misrepresentation of Blackness. Yet the path-breaking and often under-theorized work of Afro-descendant and Black Latin American and Caribbean feminist theorists like Ochi Curiel, Denise Ferreira da Silva, Lelia Gonzalez, compels us to look beyond a politics of representation to what Sylvia Wynter calls the morphogenetic fantasy and the form representation. That is the representation as a form, and the form through which representation enacts the silencing, exclusion, and cognitive annihilation of Afro-Latin American women. What my summary reading of La Cabeza might add to this is that mestizaje remains with us and continues to violently signify as an expanded understanding of the form in which such a loss takes place. For example, I found it particularly telling that La Cabeza represents this violent loss as an abduction, and I'm nearing the end, of the Black woman's body, which is then integrated via transplantation into a white representing woman who articulates an orgasmic cry under the pretense of gendered freedom. The notion of abduction is central to Sylvia Wynter's deconstruction of the apparatus of contemporary Western feminist thought in her essay, Beyond Liberal and Marxist-Leninist Feminisms Towards an Autonomous Frame of Reference, elucidating how Western feminism unknowingly replicates systems of patriarchal coercion and domination against which it militates, typified exemplarily in the call to equitably remunerate women's work according to the productive logic of capitalist patriarchy, which by definition fixes the category of woman as the symbolic other of man, the fixed major referent. This major referent, the form, is not temporally historically restricted, but replicates itself by analogy, embedding itself within social systems by taking on different nomenclature while concealing its correspondence within a pre-existing social order. It is this type of conceptual concealment that makes it abductive. And for Wynter, the structural significance of this abductive logic lies in the fact that it makes the special position of the Black woman as always already marginal within a system of coercion and exploitation. In these terms, we might devise mestizaje as an abductive structure that conceals the always present referent, whiteness and man, under the guise of racial synthesis. It disguises itself in the name of freedom by a gendered racism that cannot be thought. It is for this reason that I see Afro-Latin American women as under-theorized and unthought in the predominantly cited cultural theories of Latin America. Importantly, it gestures to the unaffected complicity of non-Black Latin American women and even Latin Americanist thinkers in this logic of abduction. Let us then remain with this decapitated Afro-Latin American woman's head. Let us look for her wherever she is not seen or heard, even in the bodies, those archives that expropriate her as a foregone conclusion, not because her body is somehow less vital to the constitution of humanity. To the contrary, this text affirms that Black women's bodies encode a fugitivity whose emancipatory potential has been exploited and annihilated. And thus, while we can never make restitution to the woman whose body has been stripped and appropriated without recognition, by staying with the Black head that remains and persists in the shadows, we might cease turning away from her muted, refracted voice in horror and indignation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Natalie. Our next panelist is Zakiyyah Iman Jackson, who is Associate Professor of English at the University of Southern California. Professor Jackson is the author of Becoming Human, Matter and Meaning in an Anti-Black World, published by New York University Press, part of the Sexual Culture series. Her research explores the literary and figurative aspects of Western philosophical and scientific discourse and investigates the engagement of African diasporic literature, film, and visual art with the historical concerns, knowledge claims, and rhetoric of Western science and philosophy. Professor Jackson is at work on a second book, tentatively titled Obscure Light, Blackness, and the Derangement of Sex Gender. It argues that anti-Blackness constitutes the bedrock of modern Western logics of sex, gender in science, medicine, and philosophical aesthetics, and meditates on how its terrorizing vertical orders might be toppled by the transfiguring potentialities of Blackness. Ultimately, the project provides a critique of biocentrism, or biological reductionism at determinism, and elucidates the indistinction of sex, gender, and race. Jackson's work has appeared in Feminist Studies, Efflux, Gay and Lesbian Quarterly, Kipal, Critical Humanities and Social Sciences, South Atlantic Quarterly, and Catalyst, Feminism, Theory, and Technoscience. Her articles can be found on her website, zakiyyahimanjackson.com/scholarship. And today's paper by Professor Jackson is titled Blackwomanhood on Abyme, The Ecstasy and Noise of Kathleen Collins.
Okay, thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you, Erin, for convening us. I want to thank Natalie and Christina for being my writing companions on this work. And just say that it is an honor to be on a panel with Rocío and Natalie. So I just want to thank them as well. So Kathleen Collins's groundbreaking 1982 film, Losing Ground, tells the story of Sarah Rogers, a philosophy professor, and her complex relationships with her mother, Mama, an actress, and her husband, Victor, an abstract expressionist painter, as well as those interceding romances that add texture and nuance to the roles of wife and mother. Taking religious ecstasy as the point of departure, Sarah endeavors to develop a novel thesis on the subject of ecstasy. This presentation thinks with Collins's Losing Ground, alongside theses on aesthetics by Sylvia Wynter, Audre Lorde, Aimé Césaire, and Jacques Derrida, in order to investigate anew sensuous thought's eruptive potentialities with respect to the racialized gendering of perception and knowledge in both philosophy and cinema. If, as Sylvia Wynter suggests, the audio-visual artwork holds the potential to catalyze, quote, a rupture with the cognitive closure and circular self-referentiality of our symbolically coded orders of consciousness, whose culture-specific directive signs now function to induce our thereby still heteronomously ordered behaviors, in quote, it is only by means of such a rupture that we can govern the codes that govern us. In other words, actualize other modes of existence beyond our current globally hegemonic vertical orders of being and sensing existence. We might term this rupture noise or the abyss. In the Western tradition, the event horizon of the reigning order's dissolution has been symbolically and psychoaffectively sutured to the semiomateriality of the African female as passe-partout, to use Jacques Derrida's term. The following presentation examines how Collins's film, in particular its mise-en-scène and the apparatus's grid of intelligibility, registers the paradoxical power of Black womanhood on Abyme as an administrative and distributive function for the reigning order. Indeed, a spatial architecture rather than a place or an identity. Black womanhood on Abyme conditions the order and is also its silence ground, such that it forecloses claims it in fact produces as out of order, a noisy excess. The film's opening shot finds Surratt Scott playing the part of Professor Sarah Rogers in the center of the frame in front of a classroom chalkboard. Her back faces us with only the hint of a profile showing. And the left margins are the words existential thought and absurdity. On the right, Sartre and Camus. She in the flesh is centered in the frame, not her signifier, but in her materiality. She is the center of thought incarnate, and she brings her flesh with her. The philosophy lecture hall is pyramidal, with her at the top. This startling image would appear to reverse the hierarchical margin-center relation of philosophical authority and subvert a range of relational hierarchies foundational to and fundamentally recast by modern anti-Blackness and its racialization of sexual differences. However, to triumphantly suggest that Sartre and Camus are merely her supporting cast would be premature and not without irony. Sarah Rogers' knowledge of the Western philosophical tradition is luminous. But to the extent that said knowledge lends imprimatur to Sarah or is a condition for her platform, her speech's authority rests on a mode of the aesthetic designed to undercut the flourishment of her speech and knowledge of feeling by foreclosing perception of dark matter, that which is radically exterior to the logics, orders of value, and sensibilities the Western tradition has come to represent. She steps closer to the podium, her voluminous notes exorbitant and profuse, although her lecture is focused and unified. And I almost titled this Black Woman at the Podium to bring Christina León back into the conversation and her engagement with spillers. The sheets of paper are excessive, perhaps suggesting the surplus her intellectual pursuits symbolize for the people in her life and our reigning ideals of the philosopher and professor, and perhaps especially the philosophy professor. The classroom seems to be a place that can accommodate men of various racial positionalities as well as white women. But Rogers is seemingly the only Black woman in the classroom. That is, until the vague appearance of the back of a head, only partially emerging from the right margin, but mostly remaining beyond the frame. Then the flickering of this figure's passing profile. This fleeting figure's marginalization would mirror that of the Black female figure in the canon of philosophy and our imagination of the space of philosophical authority, if not altogether unsighted, then obscure and marginal. She is an oblique spectral figure, an edge line. More opaque than Sarah, the apparatus's play of light and enlightenment strains to make her sensible and her darkness and features intelligible within the visual logics of sexual difference that the history of film and other photography-based media reflects and shapes via its claim to indexicality and its pedagogical function, training observers to read surface signs for interior depths. As Jean-Michel Smith puts it regarding the emergence of photographic media and its ability to envision and codify, quote, the photograph literally gave both Black and non-Black middle-class discourses of gender and racialized interiorities of face. It also circumscribes such discourses, framing and delimiting signifying possibilities. As photographs were called upon to signal what gender and race look like, they generated patterns that would dictate future inscriptions of the body and challenges to that knowledge, end quote. In this system, the occluded dark female figure functions as Derrida's passe-partout, the frame within the frame. The passe-partout is what arranges appearance and administers legibility. More precisely, it is the platform for the frame rather than the frame, even while it remains within the frame itself, but as its constitutive outside and external edge, and therefore never fully separate from the frame. Here, the passe-partout is also what photographers call a crushed Black. As explained in Tavia Youngo's Afrofabulations, a crushed Black is a shadowed area that lacks detail and texture due to underexposure. A recession that Nyong'o maintains is not devoid of content, but to the contrary, filled with incommensurabilities and a trace of what is untranslatable from our historical vantage point. While crushed Blacks distort and efface what the apparatus deems too dark to be perceptible due to film's optimization for lighter skin, Nyong'o queries whether we might nevertheless value these zones of indistinction for and not in spite of their mystery. Like Nyong'o, I will argue the enigmatic shape and undecidability of the passepartout holds the potential to affect a more general anamorphosis in the poiesis of the audiovisual order. What Roger seeks might be what Césaire termed poetic knowledge. Césaire defines poetic knowledge as truly cosmic because it is knowledge that draws from, quote, the whole weight of a body, the whole weight of a mind, end quote, recalling that everything is within us, or as he would say, quote, mankind is not only mankind, it is a universe, end quote. He maintains, quote, one man is the salvation of humanity. One man unites the human flowering with the universal flowering. That man is the poet, end quote. For students of the history of botany, however, there is an irony inherent to the androcentrism of Césaire's flowering metaphor. Not only was sexual dimorphism fraudulently imposed on the moreness of flowers' morphological difference during the 18th century, the period of botany's consolidation as a science, but recourse to the ideals of mammalian sex differentiation and heteronormativity made it the privileged term in the taxonomical ordering of what exceeds its logic, flowers. For instance, in Linnaeus's highly influential Systema Naturae, 1735, he divided what he called the vegetable world into classes based on the number, relative proportions, and position of stamens, which he understood as male. From there, he subdivided classes into orders based on the morphological characteristics and number of so-called female pistils. Although he readily admitted the artfulness of his system, as its metaphoricity was based on morphology rather than function, it nevertheless reinforced notions of natural hierarchical difference, since class stands above order in the taxonomical tree. We might choose to call this moreness that this history alludes hermaphroditism, but here and throughout this presentation, I want to observe the caesura and aporia that attend what confounds vertical taxonomical thinking and resists assimilation into a pre-established notion of sexual difference and Oedipal arrangement, especially considering that Linnaeus's mammalian ideal was not simply binaristic with respect to sex gender, but rather fundamentally racially hierarchical, whereby the Black female reproductive body in particular, perceived as the incarnation and bearer of pathological difference, distributes value and deranges modern conceptions of sexual difference, even as it is erected through and on top of her. Deepening the gendered predetermination of the poet as cosmic unifier, and displaying gendered anxiety concerning whether masculinity maintains its legibility given the unifying character of poetic knowledge, Césaire states, quote, everything I have just said runs the risk of implying that the poet is defenseless, but that isn't at all correct. If I further specify that in poetic emotion, nothing is ever closer to anything than its opposite, it will be understood that no peacemaker, no plumber of the deep was ever more rebellious or pugnacious. Take the old idea of the irritable poet and transfer it to poetry itself. In this sense, it is appropriate to speak of poetic violence, of poetic aggressivity, of poetic instability, end quote. Here, both emotion and poetry, or poetry's knowledge of emotion, catalyze anxiety about the potential dislocation and illegibility of masculinity. What this abrupt turn in argumentation guards against is precisely what is affirmed elsewhere: the unifying force of poetry, the doing away of oppositions. By this, I do not imply poetic knowledge's androgyny, or a combination of pre-assigned gender expressions, but rather enjambment and yet to be differentiated fullness. While Césaire appropriately takes the colonial knowledge of positivistic science to task for its historical and ongoing indebtedness to the logics of racial slavery, conquest, and extraction, and rightly returns these investments to the frame, he does so in a manner that attempts to purify poetic knowledge of the trace of Blackness, its fullness. In other words, the way that anti-Blackness constitutes and disrupts polarities of gender differentiation. As Spillers, among others, teaches, the semio-discursive production of ungendered Black female flesh has historically functioned as the passepartout of modern Western vertical logics of sexuality and of sex-gender classifications. Lord, like Césaire, investigates what both authors understand as the violent legacy of the Cartesian mind-body split. But unlike Césaire, she argues that this binarized dichotomy has not only racializing and or colonial implications, but also the logics of sex gender are constitutive of the racial dimension Césaire identifies. And poetry is not a luxury and uses of the erotic, Lord returns to the thematics of poetry and knowledge, in particular, the conjunctive racialized gendering of the sensory and poetry. From there, it becomes possible to discern how this conjunction turns on a figure that is not a figure, a frame that is not a frame, the passepartout. In Losing Ground, ecstasy is variously described as a trace, undefinable in words, retroactive sensation of physical well-being, mental alertness, and sometimes clairvoyance, magic, real magic, to go, lose control, complete control, but gone, got by gods, or Satan, somebody, and man's immediate connectedness or apprehension of the divine, understood as energy, amorphous energy. In the film, ecstasy is defined against the practice of abstraction as a formal exercise devoid of the sensuous. This is how Sarah has been trained to practice philosophy and against which she rebels. Sarah's philosophical foray into the meaning and experience of ecstasy recalls Lord's poetic portrait of the erotic. For Lord, the erotic, quote, for Lord, the erotic is a resource, quote, rooted in the power of our unexpressed and unrecognized feeling, end quote. The erotic is not simply a question of what we do. More precisely, it concerns the quality of action and how acutely and fully we can feel in the doing. It is a reserve of satisfaction and depth of feeling that, if recognized, counters learned patterns of numbness and self-abnegation born of anti-Black misogynist societies. The erotic opens up a different, quote, mode of living and sensation that distends and even ruptures the coordinates of a self. But this interregnum, the attempt to bring forth potential and convert it into lived possibility, raises the chimera of creation and destruction, as well as that of order and disorder recalled by the term chaos. When discussing the etymology of the word erotic, Lord states, quote, the very word erotic comes from the Greek word eros, the personification of love in all its aspects, born of chaos and personifying creative power and harmony, end quote. Here, Lord seems to shy away from the disruptiveness of the erotic as transformative capacitation. After all, the erotic may catalyze strife rather than harmony. In this way, there might be a disavowal of the, to use Césaire's terms, pugnaciousness and aggressivity of the poetry of the erotic, or the way erotic knowledge undercuts reified notions of femininity and woman. If, as Lord states, in poetry is not a luxury, this chaos is, quote, a place of possibility that holds an incredible reserve of creativity and power, of unexamined and unrecorded emotion and feeling, end quote, then it is not surprising that a racially misogynistic semiotic order would code this eruptive force, quote, within each of us, dark femininity, and conspire to keep it, quote, hidden and deep, end quote. Neither white nor surface. Like Césaire's poetic knowledge, Lort's dark feminine eschews Aristotelian logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the logical principle of the excluded middle, overthrowing the reigning order of the reasonable and its laws of thought. The dark feminine deranges and makes poetry of its precious barriers and Oedipal arrangements. The inscrutability and recession of dark femininity, I argue, is simultaneously a historical a priori of an Oedipal order constituted by anti-Black logics of sexuation and a deranging inheritance, a responsibility to dark femininity's eruptive force within each of us. According to Lord, the path to true knowledge and lasting action cannot rely solely upon our ideas to make us free. Lord states, quote, the white fathers told us, I think, therefore I am. That Black mother within each of us, the poet, whispers in our dreams, I feel, therefore I can be free. Poetry coins the language to express and charter this revolutionary demand, the implementation of that freedom, end quote. Yet, Collins's Mama does not parallel Lord's conception of the Black mother, which is itself an enabling myth of an order that seeks to contain, via their misnaming as dark femininity, poetic knowledge, the erotic, and ecstatic, despite Lord's affirmative framing of this function. Given that Mama introduces dissonance into Lord's conception of the Black mother, this dissonance invites critical contemplation of the onerous arbitrariness of racially sexuating semiotic function, the suturing of myth to flesh. Perhaps what is needed is more space between the ideals of mother and femininity in order to arrive at and recognize ecstatic experience. Or better yet, the oppressive labor of the mother-daughter dyad in the film perhaps suggests that ripping open this order's racially hierarchical, representationalist suturing of sex difference to gender might itself prove to be ecstatic for Blackened people and open up currently unimaginable horizons of affiliation. What is the ecstasy I describe? Not exactly pleasure, but a risking of the self that reworks the fleshly envelope of experience, of existence and attachments, libidinal and psychoaffective, such that unexpected and counter-hegemonic tastes emerge. New hapticalities of thought and feeling become mouth-watering, and contiguities dissolve and emerge in new constellations, such that existing culture-induced behaviors and affective states feel imposed rather than simply instinctual. Lord offers a warning, quote, sometimes we drug ourselves with dreams of new ideas. The head will save us. The brain alone will set us free. But there are no new ideas still waiting in the winds to save us. There are only old and forgotten ones, new combinations, extrapolations, and recognitions from within ourselves, along with the renewed courage to try them out. And we must constantly encourage ourselves and each other to attempt the heretical actions that our dreams imply, and so many of our old ideas disparage, end quote. Yet, the film raises a more basic, though no less profound question. How do you know if you have achieved ecstasy? Moreover, how do you go about sensing ecstatic experience? How might one recognize an ecstatic experience and not discount it, given the hierarchical, color-coded gendering of the Cartesian split, an opaque semiotic coding of the passe-partout, the portal out of this order's terrorizing representationalist logic of visibility, value, and feeling. Perhaps ecstasy is not so much an experience. Mental alertness, yes, but more precisely, ecstasy is a durational practice of turning toward intimacy with hidden feeling and a listening for clairvoyant noise that emerges from beyond racially misogynistic regimes of opticality, presupposing that truth arises from visibility and equating knowledge to visual clarity. Returning to the fleeting figure in the opening sequence, a blot rather than a frame or even a cutout. This is a she on the outer edge, a transitory space, one whose density suggests existence on a beam. The dark feminine is a portal to an abyss, the unplumbable depth of existence. If there is an escape out of this order, I believe a necessary step to finding it is by way of an ecstatic attunement to the noisy but silenced ground of ungendered, blotted out flesh. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Zakiyyah. Our last panelist is Rocío Zambrana, who is an associate professor of philosophy at Emory University, co-editor of Hypatia, a journal of feminist philosophy, and columnist for 80 Grados in San Juan, Puerto Rico. She is the author of Hegel's Theory of Intelligibility, and published in University of Chicago Press, and Colonial Debts, The Case of Puerto Rico, which is forthcoming by Duke University Press. Her work examines critiques of capitalism and coloniality in various philosophical traditions, especially Marxism, decolonial thought, and feminisms of the Americas, Latinx, Latin American, Caribbean. Her current work considers the manifestations of coloniality in a colonial context by examining fiscally distressed Puerto Rico. And today she will be presenting Whither Theory, Depths to Caliban's quote unquote woman.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you all for all the labor that went into organizing Erin and everyone else that has been involved. It is a huge honor to be on a panel with Natalie and Zakiyyah, whose work I admire immensely. So I will try my best to rise to the occasion. This will be a short kind of intervention, or perhaps a set of reflections that I wrote while in the first couple of months of the pandemic, and while I was in Colombia, and in conversation with Selene Rodriguez about Whither's text, whom I will be quoting as well. So I want to thank her as well for sharing so much of the conversation while I was thinking through. Regarding the invitation to think about women in theory, it was important to me to think about women and theory, and think a little bit about what those two categories are, and in particular, the way in which they are bound also by a racial order that centered around the production and reproduction of whiteness. And so the reflections that I will share try to track that somewhat in Whither's essay and some other texts. Okay. Whither theory, Debts to Caliban's woman. In the Undercommons, Fred Moten and Stefano Harney write that, quote, "It cannot be denied that the university is a place of refuge, and it cannot be accepted that the university is a place of enlightenment," end quote. Rejecting the theory and praxis of critique, arguing that it is bound to the institutional production of professionals, no longer rooted in the communities the university would have them represent, Moten and Harney suggests that the only relation to the university today is that of stealing. They do not mean steal the copy machine through the back door. Rather, the only relation today is that of stealing back stolen lives. Meeting with others in the undercommons of the university where study, the word they use, is possible, where the intellectuality of everyday activity with others is possible, where stepping outside of the logic of accounting and management is possible, occupies the privatizing space of the neoliberal university. The diversion, in Glissant's sense, the detour, of the university's individualizing aims and resources is a form of fugitivity in which, and I quote them, commons give refuge and refuge give commons. To steal back more precisely is to allow, they say, subjectivity to be unlawfully overcome by others, to nourish a radical passion and passivity such that one becomes unfit for subjection. To teach and to write from the undercommons is to affirm the lack of, they say, kind of agency that can hold the regulatory forces of subjecthood, that which, quote again, cannot initiate the auto-interpellative torque that biopower subjection requires and rewards, unquote. It is to interrupt the logic of credit, that which is given or accrued by keeping count, by managing time, by installing or reinstalling, or reinstalling economic and moral worthiness through individualizing pedagogical and research endeavors. To steal back is to accrue debt, however, but of a kind beyond of the logic of credit. It is to be bound to another without generating credit with them. It is to nurture the kinds of debts that are unpayable as well as uncancelable. To rehearse a thought in teaching or writing is to rehearse a practice with others with whom one is indebted then. Theory is here more than a practice, however. It is a praxis within an institution that undermines its very power. It is a praxis that affirms debts that cannot be counted, bonds that cannot be commodified. Debts emerge from everyday activity with others essential to the university, but whose labor threatens its very mission. Whither theory. The political economy of knowledge, as Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui calls it, Moten and Harney seek to subvert, is central to the apparatus of knowledge production and dissemination that produces sense by producing rationality. Theory, canons, discursive and institutional norms, and practices are sites of such production. They are also records of that production. Elsewhere, I have explored the institutional operation of the coloniality of knowledge and sense with reference to my own field, philosophy, and its meager attempts to decenter Eurocentrism, whiteness, bourgeois ethics and aesthetics, intellectual extractivism, and just sheer exploitation. Here I want to explore the categories of woman and theory as a posit. Thinking of the institutional practices specific to the neoliberal university, I want to explore the notion of stolen life by considering the silencing, the ontological absence of Caliban's woman, as Sylvia Winter puts it, at the foundation and ongoing actualization of modernity rationality that theory all too often represents. Theory can only become more than an academic endeavor that actualizes, updates the race, gender, class hierarchy distinctive of the modern colonial world through the dislocation that its debts to Caliban's woman effect. Winter ends her Beyond Miranda's meanings, unsilencing the demonic ground of Caliban's woman, noting that fully occupying the silenced ground of Caliban's woman will signal, and I quote her, life beyond the master discourse over governing privileged texts and its subversions, end quote. She answers afterward to a collection of essays on Caribbean women and literature, noting what this writing makes possible, a discourse beyond Miranda's meaning. Writing for Moten and Harney is thoroughly or thoroughgoingly social, a rehearsal, they say, left open by being an exercise in common. But Winter goes further. Stealing back is dislocating master discourses that produce sense in and beyond institutions of knowledge production. If the only possible relation to the neoliberal university is that of stealing back stolen lives, subverting its claim to being a place of enlightenment, the only possible relation to theory is moving beyond Miranda's meaning, dislocating the latter's hold institutionally, epistemically, aesthetically, on the sense itself, rather than only voicing the native as this is Whither, woman's hitherto silenced voice. However, Whither writes, we shall ask, what is the systemic function of her own silencing, both as women and more totally as, in scare quotes, native women? Of what mode of speech is that absence of speech as both women, masculine is discourse in parenthesis, and as native women, feminist discourse in parenthesis, as imperative function, end quote. And beyond Miranda's meanings, Whither clarifies the secondary role that the distinction male and female come to take in relation to, and this is her again, men and native, in quotes, in the post-medieval secularizing order installed with European expansion into the New World. Shakespeare's The Tempest, she argues, indexes an ontological and epistemological mutation in the 16th century that installs this priority of race. Prospero, Miranda, and Caliban represent the production of a racial order in which she says, now capable of rationality, Miranda is positioned in the production of otherness in the figure of Caliban. The new mimetic model, this is her words, right? Functions in light of a schema, rationality, humanity, vis-a-vis irrational, in quotes, savage, in quotes, in which the category of woman is bound to whiteness. The mimetic order is instituted triangular. Man, Prospero, and woman, Miranda, are installed as the racial norm, as reason / human, of which the other, Caliban, as again rational, quote unquote savage, is a partial version, as Rodriguez would say. Caliban's woman is rendered ontologically absent in such triangulation. We know something of Caliban's mother, Sycorax, but nothing of Caliban's woman. Whither's binding of desire, rationality, and race in this triangular mimetic order is what interests me here. Nowhere in Shakespeare's play, she writes, and its system of image making, one which would be foundational to the emergence of the first form of a secular world system, our present Western world system, does Caliban's mate appear as an alternative sexual erotic model of desire, as an alternative source of an alternative system of meanings, end quote. She adds that, quote again, Miranda and her mode of physiognomic being, defined by the phylogenetically idealized features of straight hair and thin lips, is canonized as the rational object of desire, as a potential genetrix of a superior mode of human life, end quote. The crucial point here is that Caliban's woman's absence marks the link between generation, rationality, humanity, and race. Only Miranda is a possible genetrix, word, but here what is reproduces humanity, rationality, and only progeny in the strict sense. Race across the gender binary is the foundation of Western rationality in secularist key then. Despite the subordination of women, Miranda's access to rationality is pivotal in the triangular mimetic order that produces humanity by establishing that Caliban is other. Miranda is co-participant, Whither writes, and I continue, if to a lesser derived extent, in the power and privileges generated by the empirical supremacy of her own population, end quote. Being able to birth humanity, rationality itself, Miranda has access to power, a qualified access, but access nonetheless. More precisely, Miranda exercises power, and this is the key. Her status as genetrix of humanity packs with whiteness which in turn is central to the configuration of capitalist modernity. For Whither, whiteness is bound to bourgeois normativity, not merely to access to wage labor. The partial liberation of Miranda's hitherto stifled speech, she says, and most prominently white feminism, does not escape this order of meaning. It is key to its actualization, continuation, update. I tend to explore the priority of race with reference to Aníbal Quijano and María Lugones's work on the coloniality of power and the coloniality of gender. And I try to be responsive to some of the criticisms that have been raised from Black studies to some of these key texts. The production of racial categories in Quijano and Lugones is a distribution of bodies according to the needs of capitalism, initially in the conquest and colonization of Abyme. A racial classification institutes a hierarchy in producing exploitable versus fungible subjects, to quote Zakiyyah Hartman, thereby subjected to distinct modalities of violence. Fungible bodies are at once indispensable and radically dispensable in an economy that exceeds production, while the exploited worker eventually is a bearer of rights, or is a bearer of rights. This racial hierarchy distributes bodies along gender lines as well, putting pressure on the very category of woman. Whither, in some contrast, emphasizes the epistemic shifts required for the installation of the development and actualization of capitalism. For example, in Beyond Miranda's Meanings, Whither explores the, quote, analogical behavioral relations of dominance, subordination, activity, passivity, theory givers, theory takers between human populations, geographical races, cultures, and societal groups, end quote. The human rational is founded on the ontological absence of Caliban's woman that places, quote, their progeny population group as the allegorical incarnation of the pure sensory nature. They are thereby situated as the parallel slot in the system of forced labor. The triangular mimetic order that turns woman complicit in a racial hierarchy undermines the procreative capacity of Caliban's woman, producing not only exploitable but fungible bodies. The mimetic order of the colonial capitalist world as fundamentally triangular places the gender binary at the heart of the racial norms functioning then. Gender can thus be said to be a specific operation of race tied to the production of rationality sense, or rationality/sense. The ontological absence of Caliban's woman is an epistemic silency fundamental to institution of, quote, Whither again, theoretical models, epistemes, and aesthetic fields generated from its increasingly hegemonic and secularizing system of meanings. The institution of the system of meanings requires the mode of volition and desire of the dominating group. These are her words as well. Miranda, as the only possible figure of desire, as the only possible progenitor, is the only possible producer of knowledge sense. For Whither, however, such an ontological absence, such epistemic silencing, also indexes a space of fugitivity that can dislocate the master discourse. Caliban's woman carves a site removed from the founding definition. She indexes, and founding definition is her term. She indexes the demonic model, the terms as well, outside the consolidated field of our present mode of being, feeling, knowing, including discourses and regulatory systems of meaning. I want to very, very quickly explore such demonic ground, in her words, as an impure form of fugitivity that follows from the particularities of Caribbean mimetic racial gender formation in kind of the key of decolonial thinking of some decolonial feminists that draw from, that aim to articulate the coloniality of gender from a Caribbean context, or from the Caribbean. So Selene Rodriguez Moreno adds to Lugones' account of the coloniality of gender, elaborating the mimetic formation of gender in the Caribbean. In a work with Juliet Espinosa Miñoso on the women of Los Mercedes community in the Dominican Republic, an Afro-Caribbean and a community, una comunidad cimarrona, a community. Rodriguez Moreno suggests that in the Caribbean, the mimetic formation of race gender is one through deviation or detour. The race gender norm presents more than an image of humanity, rationality for approximating what should be. Woman, right, is the race gender ideal by being bound to whiteness, but here absence and silence index modalities of living in resistance, recovering the memory of practices that lack ground. Referencing Glissant, Espinosa Miñoz and Rodriguez Moreno explained that in the Caribbean, the modern colonial gender system is installed in a context of dispossession, whereby capture, transshipped, transport the enslaved Africans underwent a radical rupture. The world that emerges from this experience of dispossession, one organized by anti-Black violence, is a world diffracted but recomposed. For Rodriguez Moreno and Espinosa Miñoso, rescuing knowledge as saberes from this break is at once refusing the imperatives of modernity, coloniality, a refusal or subversion of the regulatory systems of meaning that the latter shores up ongoingly in altered material and historical conditions. Given dispossession, given creation through deviation, the purported universality of the race gender norm is in question. What remains of mimetic production, and not just in question, but it is revealed that it is the organizing center. What remains of mimetic production is an impure approximation appropriation. For Espinosa Miñoso and Rodriguez Moreno, fugitivity is key to the operation of mimesis in the Caribbean. Mimesis operates through a detour that approximation mixes with affirmed, subverted, diverted, failure, rejection, adaptation. Mimesis through deviation might be thought of as a dislocation of the master discourse that shores up time and again humanity/rationality, the racial norm. The race gender norm that installs itself, in other words, is interrupted in its very operation through subversion, deviation, appropriation, even adaptation. Whither theory. Theory's debts to Caliban's woman are deep. And given the actualization of modernity coloniality, so its continuation through update, women as well as theory are tied to conceptions of the humanity central to the very project, as Winter teaches us. Dislocating the regulatory system of meanings, Miranda's meanings, means dislocating the bind between desire, rationality, and race that establishes Miranda not only Prospero as genetrics of humanity, rationality, sense. The theory and the institutional apparatus that produces and disseminates it is to do more than serve as a means to shore up this racial order. Such dislocation is necessary. Theory's debts to Caliban's woman, however, is equally the debt of memory. The practices of resistance, subversion, refusal, even adaptation that recalls us to perhaps another sense. Following Rodriguez Moreno and Espinosa Miñoso, such cimarroneo, never pure, never absolutely external, recovers a memory of what was rendered not only invisible, but ontologically absent in the reproduction of the modern capitalist colonial world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rocío, and everyone. All of these talks were amazing. We have 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. For our panelists, you can raise your hands, that modality in Zoom, to ask a question. But for those that are not part of the panelist group, remember that only the questions in the Q&A session will get to the panelists, not the ones that are sent through the chat session. But please feel free to ask any questions. I have a couple of questions from the Q&A that I could read to get the ball going. The first one is...
Karen Benezra has her hand up as well.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Karen. You have a question?
Thanks. I I have a, it was just something that struck me in Natalie's talk, which I enjoyed very much. It was one of the moments that you recounted from the novel is when the decapitated head, right, complains that her thoughts, right, her like pure cogitations are constantly being interrupted by the orgasms of the body that's been like reattached to this white woman. And so like, I think, you know, in a way without it all, I don't think it contradicts the point that you were making. It seems to intensify the point that you were making in the way that it seems, or what struck me was the way that your presentation of the novel shows like a kind of intensification of the fetishistic logic, right? Of sort of how the female body is approached, right? So in other words, like race intensifies this logic in the novel that you presented, or in the context, right? In the sociocultural context and critical context that you're presenting. And I was just struck by the way that, I don't know if it's in the novel or in your reading of the novel, that that the figure of the head being interrupted by like, you know, like the like the kind of the masculine version of jouissance was sort of really, right? Yeah. This other kind of jouissance that could take place is constantly being interrupted by this other figure, which, as you presented, it has an almost like kind of comical, you know, absurdly comical kind of quality to it. And so it's not really a question. It was just maybe if you wanted to say more about it. I was sort of it occurred to me listening to the talk, which was really, really interesting. You know, how these things are not really exclusionary in a sense. You get a sense of how the novel or your reading of it presents a kind of a historical intensification of certain logics of desire that are transversal, right?
Yeah, are we waiting until all the questions before we respond, or Inger, how would you like to?
I guess we can decide that collectively. Well,
yeah, it's.
Let's take Maria's.
Go ahead, right?
Okay.
Should we take Maria's question, the two in the Q&A?
Oh, I didn't see Maria's.
Okay.
Sure, let's do that. María?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for, give me a second, I'll close my door. Sorry, because my partner is teaching at the same time. Okay, can you hear me? Sorry about that. Thank you so much for your talks. I'll move because the internet doesn't work when I close that door. My question is for Natalie and for Zakiyyah. Rocío, I am all the time in conversation with, so I will not ask all the questions she knows I have. But actually I was struck by a relationship I'm seeing, and I just want to make sure I am understanding correctly, between Natalie, Zakiyyah, and actually something I heard also before in Christina's talk. So let me just kind of read what I was writing to Natalie in the chat, just to make sure I'm getting this correctly, and I want to know a little bit more about this. So I like how Natalie's paper and Zakiyyah's paper attend to an audible side of violence that destabilizes knowledge production within a regime that relates truth to visibility, as Zakiyyah was saying at the end of her paper. Something also related, I think, to the Cartesian motto that in both of your talks, via the novel in the case of Natalie and via Lord paraphrasing of that motto in the case of Zakiyyah, you put into question, and how these may go together with Christina's emphasis on catachresis, being a figure that allows us to both attune to the excess and saturation of reference while not giving up on it. So I would like to know if what I'm hearing here is actually correct. And how are you, each one of you in your projects, thinking of this attention to a regime of the audible as destabilizing a regime of visibility that seems to be precisely what makes the production of knowledge even more problematic in the context of what you both want to interrupt and criticize? I know I'm not being as clear as I would like to, but time doesn't allow me for clarity, sorry.
Thank you, Maria. I'm going to add one more question. This one's for Rocío, and then after you answer, we can look at the questions that people sent in the Q&A. Rocío, I loved your talk. Well, I loved all the talks, but I'm also very interested in Caliban and in the absence of Caliban's woman, so to speak. And you talk about a necessary dislocation that has to take place, right? And that place could be looking at this absence of Caliban's woman. And that resonates a lot with what Zakiyyah was speaking about, I think, and also Natalie, but mostly Zakiyyah when she refers to dark femininities. And I was wondering if you could maybe say a little bit more about these places of dislocations we could look at. You spoke, for example, or you mentioned cimarroneo. ¿Cimarroneo? Sí. That's my question. Thank you.
Ingrid, would you read the two questions in the Q&A, and then we'll give each panelist a chance to respond. Since we're a bit short on time, we can go a little bit over, but that will make it a little bit more.
No problem. So Aidan Diamond from USC asks, Professor Belisle, I'm struck by your description of Gloria Martha as a cyborg and your recursive return to the decapitated head. I wonder if you could speak a little about the movie, if I understood your summary correctly, to preserve Martha's black head as a cyborg. I'm specifically thinking about the way Haraway's manifesto has been received by disability studies scholars, for example, Tobin Siebers, as a whitewashing of the experience of disability and prosthetics. Thanks for a great talk. And then Adrian Adams asks for Professor Jackson, how might your conception of noise relate to sonic noise in the film, specifically the uses of jazz ballad, Love Does Her Thing, and Sabora Conga, both of which recurs throughout the film. She mentions that she recognizes that the word might operates in a speculative realm, so totally understands if this question is outside the scope of your engagement with noise.
Okay, I guess I can begin. Thank you for these wonderful questions. Karen's question, I actually found connected to my answer to Karen's question is connected to the answer that I'm going to give also María del Rosario regarding her question. So when I was reading this novel, and I've been thinking about it for years, I wanted to think about how Black women's pleasure, or to even think about a word that Zakiyyah uses, ecstasy, right, is interrupted by this white-headed cyborg with a Black woman's body, and just generally how created by this white male scientist. But broadly speaking, I wanted to think about the interruption and the disruption, right, and the expropriation of Black women's pleasure, of Black women's joy, both within a broader structure of white patriarchal domination, but also within, within white feminist spaces and within white feminist critique. And to your point, the novel does present this at the end as something comical. And so I was very much disturbed by the figure of this head, right, that remained at the end of the novel. I mean, that's all we see, right? This figure of this head with the husband, right, of the woman who's now a fugitive, looking at this head, right, and having to listen to these phantom orgasms, right, from his wife, who is now a fugitive, right, or who's now a fugitive with her caretaker, right, which I called queer fugitivity. So broadly, I was just interested in thinking about, the interruption of Black women's pleasure. I'm not sure if that answers your question, Karen. And then as it relates to María del Rosario's question, at a certain point in the novella actually, which I sort of gesture to in my paper, there's an intensified focus on the materiality, right, on the visibility of this material body, right, which is Black presenting. But then the focus on the visible turns, as you noted, to focus on the audible. And as I was telling you when we were having our conversation in the comments, I mean, I was also interested in thinking about how the sound of pleasure, right, and this fetishistic, to use a word that Karen used, this fetishistic focus on the sound of pleasure, on the sound of ecstasy, right, on this orgasmic cry, interrupts not only the vocalization of suffering, but the way we attune our ear, right, our listening to this suffering so that we can act ethically, right? And so we are just left listening to the suffering, right, without actually any opportunity to act. And so my intervention in the reading of this novella is to actually, you know, and that didn't come through in my paper because I still think I'm focusing on the visual. And I think your comment is suggesting that perhaps, because at the end of my paper, I say, let us remain with the head, but remain how, right? Are we remaining visually or are we remaining with the ear? And so I love your comment because now you're making me complicate that conclusion, right? About staying with the head. How are we staying with it? So I appreciate that comment. And I will try to integrate that or complicate that ending. Aiden, thank you for your question. I have so many drafts of this because I've been working on this novella for a while, and these drafts have not seen the light of day. But one of, in an earlier rumination I had about this, I was actually thinking about the text's relationship to disability studies, which due to lack of space, I did not include. And as you know, this is as I mentioned in my paper, this is a transplanted body. And in one of the ruminative iterations of this paper, I was actually thinking of the prosthesis, because it's a Puerto Rican novelist. I was actually thinking about this in relation to Puerto Rico and Zakiyyah's interest in Puerto Rico as a prosthesis, which actually comes through in Pedreira, Antonio Pedreira's book, Insularismo, where he actually calls Puerto Rico a transplantation. And he uses that word. We passed from one transplantation to the next. We passed from Spain to the United States. And so that, you know, there wasn't space for me to think about this or to include this in this paper. But yeah, the idea of prosthetics and transplantation in the novel, I feel, is very much tied to what you describe as the experience of disability, which you describe it as a whitewashing. I completely agree. But there's also very much a political metaphor here that Zakiyyah is gesturing to, and that has to do with the status of Puerto Rico.
Okay, I will try to, I jotted down some notes, try to answer these questions quickly, but I want to continue to think about all of them. In terms of sound and music and losing ground, I would say that that sound functions, or rather music functions, pretty ironically in the film, and it introduces a lot of irony into the film. It can be, it can underscore that we are in a dream space, a space of projection and fantasy, PH, cultural fantasy, but also of desire. It also at times is used to draw attention to the diegesis, so the constructedness of a film as qua film, and also what lies beyond. So in a longer reading of that opening scene, I talk about the use of the Walkman and the sounds of the Walkman in the film. So I would say overall, I think it functions pretty ironically. There's a lot of irony in the film, and has some satirical flourishes. In terms of the audio visual and the question of, but you know, we can talk more about this later, you know, we in terms of losing ground when we meet. In terms of the audio visual and noise, you know, okay, that's I'm like, oh, how do I talk about this succinctly? Because I know we're pressed for time. You know, what I was trying to underscore through looking at this barely legible figure in the diegesis, a figure that is a crushed Black and really a blot, right? That this figure is both kind of the ground for the kind of Oedipal romantic set of relations and fantasies and desires, and you know, also positioned hierarchically in terms of femininity and womanhood, but also is a gesture to what might be in excess to the legibilities and the grids of intelligibility of both philosophy and also of cinema itself, right? And that cinema is not innocent in terms of representation, but actually organizes the terms of legibility of perception and sense making. And so silence ground here of the subject is the silence ground of the subject of recognition and desire. And so the dialectics of the I and the thou. And I'm arguing that this figure, which I'm talking about as Passepartout, is the platform and disruption of the kinds of common sense and legibility that are introduced through the subject of recognition and desire. And so on the last point I wanted to make was actually to just like say, Natalie, I want to keep talking, but you know, it's really interesting, this grafting onto the Black female body, because for me, one of the things that is a challenge that I am negotiating in terms of my work is the fantasy that many subjectivities have, that they are structurally positioned in the place of the Black female subject, or that their positionality has the same function for the order as the Black female subject. And that is been a real challenge, because you see that in the work of, you know, Black theory men, and you see that also in the work of white feminism, right? And so that the Black female figure, the function of the Black female figure is partially, one of the functions of that figure is to represent what you can fall into, right? As the figure of the damned, of the abyss. But at the same time, people are constantly imagining that their function in the order is to be that face or that name, right? And so actually talking about, which is a different kind of grafting onto the Black female body, one of the challenges of the work, I feel like, for Black feminists is the constant co-option and appropriation of the articulation of this specific problem space. Because there's I think a whole psychoanalysis that can happen about why people constantly think they're falling into the abyss of Black female subject position. But we can keep talking about this, but I mean, that was like something that I was thinking about when you were presenting.
Thank you, Zakiyyah. Do you want to close, Rocío?
Yeah, so so thank you, Ingrid, for your question. So I here, you know, in a longer version, I was thinking a bit about with the text by Judith Espinosa and Celine Rodriguez, also work by Ochicuriel and others, who are really trying to think about how to, or developing an account of the kind of the workings of the coloniality of gender, but from the context of the Caribbean, and thinking about in this particular set of texts that I was engaging, kind of the mimetic structure and the forms of fugitivity, in the sense of not you know, the forms of refusal or dislocation of the racial norm that is proper to the space in the text that they're examining, and in conversation with the community of Mercedes. So I can give you the reference because I don't want to speak for the, you know, in any generalizing way for any practice, but rather what I was trying to do in my text was kind of spell out a little bit how these two categories of woman and theory I see as tied through the production and forms of actualization or update and reinstallation of whiteness as a center. And so so in that respect, there's that work to be done from that is being done, you know, not just in academic spaces, but beyond academic spaces, that of knowledge production and forms of practice that are that are decentering precisely that which is what occurs in academic spaces and beyond as well. So I'm conscious of time, so I'm trying to be very quick, but I'm actually being very muddled as a result. So, but thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. We are a little behind schedule, so this break will only be 10 minutes. So we have to be back at 12:20. But thank you for all the panelists, all the presentations. We're all very, very good.
Thanks, everyone. That was wonderful.
Voy a trazar un cordel, voy a tropezar mi error, voy a pisar tu reloj, voy a apuntar la razón, a disparar sin temor, imposible controlarlo, vamos a equivocarnos, el error nos ha tomado de un asalto armado. madre que duerme poco pero sueña mucho y que aprende más de sus hijos que del mundo adulto cuando grande. Quiero ser un niño, reírme contigo de un modo sencillo. Con las pocas horas que tengo contigo, debo yo pelear con peces que quieren ser amigos, que hablan al oído a través de comerciales y que seducen mediante sus canales. Pero ya ves, estamos tú y yo construyendo un mundo para los dos, por ti, por mí y todos los compañeros que ya no le compran a este sucio juego. Tus valores debes ir, caminar por esa senda y resistir, para que tú conquistes ese buen vivir. Aunque lo tengan todo, no te tienen a ti, que los peces gordos no pueden volar. Hijo, yo sé, nada tiene sentido, incluso lo que yo diga no suena divertido. No te digo que el mundo está acabado, pero los peces gordos están en todos lados. No estoy en contra de que juguemos, solo contarte cómo es el juego. Quizás no es un parque y el mall no es una plaza, y ese celular a los amigos no reemplaza. Yo quiero para ti cosas sencillas, que dibujes un mundo de justicia y alegría. Y yo sé que afuera todo brilla, pero si tú lo miras, verás la mentira. Senda y resistir, para que tú conquistes ese buen vivir. Aunque lo tengan todo, no te tienen a ti. Oye, hijo, por ti, por mí y todos los compañeros que ya no le compran a este sucio juego. Hijo, yo sé, nada tiene sentido. Incluso lo que yo diga no suena divertido. Pero Kitsania no es un parque y el mall no es una plaza. Oye, y ese celular a los amigos no reemplaza. Cuando grande quiero ser un niño y reírme contigo de un modo sencillo. Y acuérdate, fiel a tus valores, tú debes ir. Caminar por esa senda y resistir, para que tú conquistes ese buen vivir. Porque los peces gordos son dueños del mundo, pero no son dueños de ti. Creo en lo imposible, que la locura más cuerda es buscar cómo ser libre. Creo en lo imposible, que de nuestras espaldas brotarán las alas que nos harán volar invencible. Creo en lo imposible, que el símbolo silenciará el efecto de sus misiles. Creo en lo imposible, creo que es posible hacer de este mundo un mundo sensible. Creo en nuestros sueños como punta de lanza, el arma perfecta para nivelar la balanza. Creo en las acciones cotidianas que te llenan de vida, te llenan de esperanza.
En lo pequeño radica la fuerza, con tu cariño yo caminaré, imaginando rutinas bellas para dar vuelta al mundo al revés. Empezar por nuestra casa primero, romper con todo nuestro miedo, ser consecuente de cuerpo y de mente para alzar el vuelo por senderos nuevos.
Porque tu luz cotidiana enciende la sonrisa que sale por la mañana.
Creo en ti, porque veo tu fuerza inexplicable, esa justa dignidad inconmensurable.
Yo reafirmo que tu rabia proviene del dolor y tu lucha florece del amor.
Porque en ti me veo yo.
Creo en ti, con problemas y dilemas, con trabas, con vallas, con tropiezos y con penas. Creo en el cotidiano que hemos hecho a mano, tallado con el paso de lo que caminamos.
Nadie muestra su careta, sonrisas y moriquetas, solo esconden la verdad, desarticulando la micropolítica de la vida personal. Creo en nuestros sueños, volando pa'l cielo. Creo en tus acciones más fuertes que balas, transformando nuestro barrio al final de la jornada, con ideas que el dinero no compra ni paga.
Por eso yo no vine a convencer a los convencidos, ni a predicar a los que se sienten vencidos. Yo vine a compartir con quien haya entendido que la pelea empieza por el nido. Porque tu luz cotidiana enciende la sonrisa que sale por la mañana.
Creo en ti, porque veo tu fuerza inexplicable, esa justa dignidad inconmensurable. Creo en ti,
viene del dolor y tu lucha florece del amor, porque en ti me veo yo. Creo en ti.
Hace tiempo que elegí.
Tu mirada junto a mí. Somos rebeldía.
La rabia y la alegría.
Y en nuestros sueños.
Volando para el cielo. Desplegando alas.
Libertades, esperanzas.
Welcome back. We'll get started in another moment. Okay, we'll begin our third and final panel for today, called Generation Mediation Containment. And it's my pleasure to introduce the chair of this panel, Xiomara Cervantes Gomez, who is Assistant Professor of Spanish and Portuguese in Latin American Literatures and Cultures and affiliated faculty in Women's and Gender Studies, Latino Studies, Religion, the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies, and the Unit for Criticism and Interpretive Theory at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. As a transdisciplinary scholar, she researches and writes in the interstices between Latin American and US Latinx cultural studies, continental philosophy, performance studies, queer theory, and contemporary literature. Cervantes Gomez currently serves on the editorial board of Women in Language and is co-chair of the Latin American Studies Association Sexuality section. She's completing her first monograph entitled Pasivo: Risks of Exposure in Bottom Mexicanist Performance. Her work is published or forthcoming in the Journal of Spanish Cultural Studies, Aztlán, a Journal of Chicano Studies, the Journal of Latin American Cultural Studies, ASAP Journal, and the Journal of Visual Culture.
Great, thank you so much, Erin, and thank you to the organizers of this symposium for what I can imagine was a lot of emotional and loving labor, so thank you. I'm thrilled and excited to introduce our wonderful panelists for this afternoon. I'm going to introduce them in the order that they will be presenting. And after their presentations, we will collect questions and then we will allow our panelists to answer collectively. So while they're speaking, feel free to use the Q&A function. Please do not post questions in the chat. I'm happy to introduce first Kate Jenks. She is professor of Spanish in the Department of Romance Languages and Literatures at the University of Michigan. She is the author of Witnessing Beyond the Human, Addressing the Alterity of the Other in Post-Coup Chile and Argentina from 2017, and Reading Borges After Benjamin, Allegory, Afterlife, and the Writing of History in 2007, both published by SUNY Press. She is currently working on 2 book projects, including one on the denaturalization of power in Borges, and the other on art and theory in Chile. She'll be followed by Ken. She is a comparative media PhD candidate in the Comparative Studies in Literature and Culture doctoral program at the University of Southern California. Kendra also holds a master's degree in visual culture from Lund University in Sweden. Their dissertation is titled Magic and Media, the Critical Concept of Telepathy, 1850 through 1923, which addresses the role of telepathy in constructing interwar conceptions of media. Finally, we have Adriana Johnson, Associate Professor of Comparative Literature at the University of California-Irvine. She is the author of Sentencing Canudos, Subalternity in the Backlands of Brazil, published by University of Pittsburgh Press in 2010. She is currently at work on a book project titled Visual Infrastructures in Latin America, with case studies from contemporary filmic production in Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. An offshoot from this project is another book currently in progress on the on-screen sense, meaning, and sense or sensory presentation of water in different forms, such as drought, rivers, rain, and oceans. Please take it away.
Thank you, Xiomara. Thank you, Erin, for all your hard work, and thanks to everyone for your, well, to the previous panelists for their wonderful papers, and thanks for everyone for being here. As I was searching for a place to begin this reflection, I came across an intriguing association. Derrida calls generation a ventriloquial word. This resonated for me in ways that extend beyond the bounds of the essay in which it appears. And I began to think about how there is indeed much that is ventriloquial about writing, including how we generate ideas, address them to our generation, however understood, and engage legacies of other generations alongside other registers of generation, including the intimate and familial, all of which speaks through us and which we speak through. As I've struggled to balance work and raising children during the COVID crisis and its accompanying catastrophes, I've been acutely aware of the limits of my own thoughts and writing and how they're always traversed and interrupted in different ways. I can, and I sometimes do, try to resist such disruption and reassert a sense of sovereignty over my writing, which often feels expected in academia. Or I can accept the fact that writing, like life, is always ultimately discontinuous and improper, and always, in a sense, just beginning. My contribution to this issue and to this colloquium, and to the issue that it is supporting, is motivated by the idea that a critical approach to the multiple registers of generation beyond sovereign origin and assured inheritance is central to understanding my own relationship as a woman to theory. In what follows, I ventriloquially explore these ideas through some of Derrida's thoughts on generation, life, and writing, together with Claudia Rankin's remarkable book, Plot, which emphasizes the link between aesthetic and biological production and reproduction. Taking into account both writers' understanding that generation is ultimately a matter of life or death, or a certain form of life-death, distinguished from the ideal of self-presence and its sacrificial excisions, including self-reproducing legacies of social injustice. This paper considers what is at stake in being born toward different forms of generation. Alyssa Marder observes that the figures of birth and maternity constitute a subtle but recurrent dimension of Derrida's critique of the metaphysics of presence. And before I go on, I want to mention my deep appreciation to Alyssa, who generously read this paper and helped me out in a number of ways. And there are a few points of the paper that are indeed ventriloquial. Alyssa points out that Derrida plays with the rhymes between naissance, présence, and essence, and naître and être, indicating how the mother has been regarded as an incarnation of things like nature, origin, connection, meaning, presence, and life. She posits that, and I quote, the very labor of the deconstruction of the metaphysics of presence is secretly accompanied and countersigned by a rigorous rethinking of the concept of birth. And she notes that in later texts, Derrida returns to this question more explicitly. One such text is The Night Watch, in which he cites prominent male figures who disavow their own birth, such as Freud's wish to become his own ancestor. Rather, to be his own ancestor. Such a disavowal of birth indicates a desire for originality, or which would deny or appropriate without remainder the entirety of one's heritage and allow the writer to be father and son of his works. Derrida notes that such an ideal of parthenogenesis constitutes a discursive form of matricide, which is metonymically linked to other forms of violence, including suicide, homicide, and even genocide. These acts of excision are related to an ideal of sovereignty that is based on what he elsewhere calls indemnificatory autoimmunity, in which elements perceived as threatening are destroyed in order to protect the ideal of self-sovereignty, even when those elements come from within. The word generation, Derrida says, is big with such errors. It is a ventriloquial word. Different voices speak through the notion of generation as though it were a ventriloquist's dummy, making it speak the language of sovereignty, either springing from idealized maternal soil, the sources of nativity being easily requisitioned for different purposes, or from nothing but one's own genius. But the ventriloquial word generation is not an inert doll that can be mastered and spoken through or for. Its girth suggests a generative space that begets neither presence nor absence. Derrida explains that the metaphysical versions of maternity and birth are efforts to transfigure something that precedes any beginning per se. He describes being born as an intransitive, unthinkable condition in which any sense of an I or its prosthetic extension, the voice, always comes from an other, not just the literal ventre, vientre, ventre of the mother or of the contingencies leading up to the act of reproduction, but a radical difference that underlies our very existence. Throughout much of his later work, he describes this difference in relationship to life as a sense of survival that, and I quote, carries life beyond present life or its actual being there, its empirical or ontological actuality, not toward death, but toward a living on, survie, a survival whose possibility in advance comes to disjoin or disadjust the identity to itself of the living present. In relation to the sense of life as survival, birth is intimately related to death and mourning, and indeed on several occasions, Derrida describes mourning in terms of pregnancy. Both reflect how we are never ourselves, but are always inscribed by the trace of the other, the finitude of memory, and thus the approach or the remembrance of the future. In Rams, in an analysis of works by Paul Celan, he extends the association between mourning and pregnancy to include poetry. Although poetry can certainly serve to reflect a more immunological structure of personal or collective identity, Derrida proposes that the promise of poetry fundamentally disrupts the immunological models of life and its corollaries, including filiation, presence, meaning, and communication. Like the survivor who bears the other in mourning, or the mother who carries an unborn child, so the poem does not bear within it a single integral meaning. The poem, like survival itself, is constitutively marked by an incision or gap, quote, a wound whose lips will never close. These lips form around a speaking mouth that, even when it keeps silent, appeals to the other without condition in the language of a hospitality that can no longer be subject to a decision, end quote. Claudia Rankine's plot performs a mordant interrogation of the metaphysics of reproduction. The book follows the thoughts and reactions of a couple, Liv and Erland, as they contemplate what it means to have a child throughout the duration of Liv's pregnancy, and these names, incidentally, are taken from Ingmar Bergman's Scenes from a Marriage. Liv is an artist by profession and worries about the effects of reproduction on her artistic work and the sense of herself that she gains from it. The child's ersatz name is ersatz, which indicates some of her concerns about reproduction. This name suggests the devaluation of reproduction, as well as the idea that the child will somehow substitute for the mother. Etymologically, the word ersatz contains the word satz, meaning sentence, deriving from setz into place, and the prefix which indicates a successful conclusion. The latter is shared, furthermore, with the father's name, Erland. Together, they hint at different kinds of plots, the narrative and the telluric, and seem to swallow up the feminine pronoun, her. Liv's name is pointedly homophonic with the verb to live, suggesting a tension between the nature of life and the various plots devised to ground or structure it. Indeed, the book can be seen as a meditation on life as surviving different plots of containment. Although the question of race is not as explicit in plot as it is in most of Ringkid's other books, it is an important component of the question of life as survival. Abram Foley stresses that Liv's anxiety about having a child can be linked to what Jared Sexton calls the unbearable nature of Blackness. As Foley and Sexton explain, the historical and ongoing injustices that weigh on African Americans are not only difficult to bear, carry, mourn, but they impinge on reproduction, since every child born will have to bear the same injustices, in many cases diminishing their very chances of life, as emblematized by recent events, including the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on African Americans and the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, among so many others. Bearing an African American child means carrying this history further, which threatens to overshadow and even annul the future, as this line from Citizen indicates. The past is a life sentence, a blunt instrument aimed at tomorrow. For people of color in a white-dominated society, the resonance between naître and naître, between being born and not being, is particularly acute. The first page of plot reads, plot, in verse, suggesting that the versical format of the book consists of inversions, perhaps both as disruptive upending and as a turning over like earth in a garden plot. From the beginning, the subject of reproduction is linked to representation. The drive in utero is fiction-filled. Now I'm going to start to quote, and I'll just signal with my fingers. I kind of weave the quotes in and out of my own text. The drive in utero is fiction-filled. The poem begins with a feverish swirl of fictions that inform the narrative of reproduction. These include lullabies, plastic toys, the figures of lineage and normative human likeness, arbiters of the cutout infant. Liv resists such human figuration and imagines the embryo as proximate material whose emergent form is metaphorically described as art, in reference to Liv's artistic vocation. Not a magical reproduction of likeness, this ersatz image, abracadabra and the like, but a freehand sketchiness of hollow form, which Liv feels as pencil movements of survival inside her. In a section titled Another Frame of Mind, the cost of the narrative of reproduction is revealed, and I quote, as if a source exists only for its result, within Liv's sketches lives the internal term disappearing into her child. Mother coded for other, a gate only, a mighty fortress, a door swinging open. Or is she that vessel, filling up, swelling to overflow, until mothery is the drowned self, drowning all that is, all that clings. End quote. Liv imagines that once the picture is thus framed, her own role as woman becomes submersive and submerged, mere placental discharge. However, the as if that frames this frame indicates that the ontoteleological terminus is not determinate. In the subsequent section, the drawings we have ekphrastically seen up till now are blown back to their provisional status as sketches or drafts. Quote, a draft enters, a sketchy gust, blown is the woman standing within her likeness, end quote. This section is titled Still Life, which can be read doubly. The artistic term denotes a representation of inanimate objects, suggesting that this draft sketch of pregnancy borders on death. The adverbial form of the word still, however, also implies continuation, suggesting a sense of life that is ongoing, extended and extending beyond the received frames and plots of reproduction and beyond her accustomed perception of herself. Quote, she holds still, she waits. The draft draws dust into her eyes tear until her outline dislodges, dilutes, blurs. She endeavors to write her self-portrait, but time continues on, turning her face, metonym of the self, into catachresis. Quote, in the time it takes to fix her face, the moon is drawn quartered, end quote. The lunar figure is ominously shadowed by an allusion to lynching, hung, drawn, and quartered, implying that the unbearable burden of history accompanying African Americans threatens to imprison Liv to the adjectival form of still, without the adverbial sense of continuation. Nevertheless, while she clearly carries or draws this burden with her, The association with the moon's quarters also evokes the passage of time, which draws the changes taking place inside her. Like the moon's phases, this drawing is both additive and subtractive, which are artistic terms for adding lines or substance on the one hand, as in with the pregnancy, and removing material through carving or erasure on the other. In the context of pregnancy, effacement is a medical term that refers to the thinning of the cervix in preparation for delivery. In this sense, it constitutes an intriguing metaphor for opening to what is to come and the transformative effect that such an opening has on the faces that await it. In the first trimester of the book, Liv focuses on the discomfort and anxieties that such a process brings to her sense of self. But as the book goes on, she increasingly comes to accept the emergent other within. In the second trimester, rather than focusing directly on her pregnancy, Liv explores the nature of relation and survival through aesthetic inheritance, primarily through the figure of Virginia Woolf. In section and month 6, as Liv's internal transformation begins to show from the outside, she creates a series of paintings of, and I quote, "a space surviving Woolf's departing face," which she describes as a landscape composed of the debris resulting from the miscarriage of the absolute. This portrait of effacement allows Liv to think about life as survival, including not only the forward-driven plots of production and reproduction, but also what Derrida calls a heterodidactics between life and death, in which we learn about life from death and the other. Contemplating her position between a dead writer and her unborn child, Liv is able to consider how life, inheritance, and reproduction are not only rehearsals of plots, but are also inevitably exposed to what comes from both death and life, past and present, inside and out. Her paintings, conveyed in the book as poetic ekphrasis, fluctuate between decomposition and composition, seeking to maintain a tension between what she calls the bank, our solidity, and the river, our dissolution, end quote. This tension is not easy to hold, and at one point her hand slips in the middle of a brushstroke. As she does so, she mutters the second half of the final sentence of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which is, "He was soon borne away by the waves and lost in darkness and distance." In Shelley's novel, this ending describes the destruction of a creature that blurs the line between life and afterlife and creation and procreation. Liv's utterance appears at first to be simply an invective, suggesting discouragement with her capacity to create. But together with a passing reference to Woolf's novel, The Waves, it can be understood as suggesting that wave-like disaggregation is not a terrible form of bearing the other or of being born, with an E, or in both senses of the word, rather. In both reproduction and art, composition cannot be fully separated from decomposition. Neither life nor creation is ever absolute. Both are subject to the riverine effacement that Liv endeavors to paint in this section as a kind of birth canal of survival. As the moment of birth approaches, the force of life stirring within her is no longer viewed as repetition or substitution, but an embankment of life before trust. Although she does not mention the term effacement, labor is described effectively as such. Her face and surface or surfaces radically transformed in anticipation of birth. Recalling and yet quite different from Woolf, Liv walks into her contractions through a riverine landscape and becomes a telluric materiality through which time unfolds. Beneath, and I quote, "beneath the white and soap-like crust of epidemic scales, globules of oil, mucus, shale." These geological strata open to become her child's first horizon. The earthly metaphor runs the risk of depicting the figure of the mother as inert passage and support. But this section, titled Proximity, suggests that birth constitutes a mutual horizon for both mother and child. Labor effaces the subject's sense of itself. I quote, "the head, its face, for its forgotten, finally forgotten surface bent back, and opens it to an otherness in and beyond the self that constitutes the very possibility of proximity." The final line of the section, which is also the final lot of the plot of gestation understood as a transitional stage, ends with a reaching toward the emergent other. Quote, "all hands are drawn to," and then there's an M dash. This final dash can be seen as marking a mode of proximity or reaching toward the other that does not collapse into presence, related to what Derrida calls an ineffaceable incision, a wound whose lips will never close and which appeals to the other, differently infinite and finite. Since this form of dash is known specifically as an M dash, and Liv is referred to in the afterword as M, presumably for mother, we can read the end of Liv's narration as suggesting that such a line, dash, or gash is intrinsic to maternity, in spite of the fact that it tends to be disavowed by dominant plots of reproduction that seek to turn the figure of the mother into impossible origin. Furthermore, the double sense of the term drawn to implies that for Liv, whose artist's hands are depicted as reaching for her newborn, and for Rankin, whose poet's hands depict this act, such proximity is possible, though never, of course, guaranteed, in both maternity and art. The book's afterword is ventriloquially narrated by the newborn infant, an ending that represents birth as an inconclusive arrival in a journey that is ongoing. The final line repeats the end of Liv's narration, broken off with an M dash, as the infant's breath passes through a constitutively divided and unsettled present. Now, just now, nearly, now, out now, in time to time, born to a billion chances. And that's born with an E. Rather than a foundational origin that sheds the time of gestation as a mere means to an end, this final line of the afterword describes birth and life itself as a form of being born or carried. The homophonic born again recalls the last sentence of Frankenstein, in which the creature is presumably born toward death, but in plot, the word reinforces the idea that all creations, cellular organisms, as well as fictive objects such as Rankin's book, as well as this paper and the questions addressed by this colloquium, are, and I quote, differently infinite and finite, appealing to the incalculable nature of survival, which bears us toward a billion chances. Thank you.
All right, and next we will move on to Kendra. So I'll hand it over to them.
Hi. So I am very honored, bordering on embarrassed, to be part of this project with so many incredible scholars, including Kate and Adriana, and of course Erin, who've been a really rich source of inspiration and courage and support this whole year. So my paper comes partly from my dissertation project on the topic of telepathy and media. And through the question of women in theory, discusses the structural and conceptual demands of authorization in the theoretical fields of academia. As a graduate student, I only have, maybe marginal access to academic authority, but that's okay, because like gender, it's only one boundary for defining authority. This paper discusses a historical particularity of gender and the concept of media that structure media theory and its authorizations, building on the conceptual tools of telepathy. I'm going to just share this quote because it's a little syntactically difficult. Everything in our concept of knowledge is constructed so that telepathy be impossible, unthinkable, unknown. If there is any, our relation to telepathy must not be that of the family of knowledge or non-knowledge, but of another kind. I could guess or make a prediction that for most people, the word telepathy seems to have little to do with media, much less with what we call media studies today. In one sense, telepathy might be understood as the erasure of media, the complete circumvention of the material stuff, the middle, the sign systems, and the substrates of communication that carry meaning, a magical circuit that connects minds to minds. Telepathy is a pathic relation of direct feeling or touch with nothing lost and no space between, no room for misinterpretation and no need for false predictions or guesswork. But In this quote, Derrida suggests that the absence of the structure of distance between us would also reach some kind of limit for our concept of knowledge. Telepathy cannot help us know each other. Following Derrida, I argue that modern concepts of media in particular are, quote, constructed so that telepathy be impossible. And that as such, telepathy is also constitutive to those concepts that evolved and continue to evolve in our understanding of media and mediation. So what is telepathy and what might it have to do with media or with media studies? For one thing, the concept of telepathy in media undergo drastic etymological and conceptual alterations in the industrializing context of the 19th and 20th century. Telepathy was coined in 1882, and in the 1850s, the word media comes to take on two new meanings, mass media and the psychic medium. At least since that time, media technology and a particular form of spiritualism have shared a relationship, even as these concepts have taken different discursive routes. One related to technological developments and the production of what we call the media today, and the other, seemingly a kind of hangover of superstition, is associated with magic and occultism. Part of what ties the spiritual association of mediumship to technological media, as I will discuss, is a distinct gendering process through the end of the 19th and into the early 20th century. In both senses of the term, both these new senses of the term, a medium comes to articulate a feminine figure that is a middle ground between subjects, a conduit or passage through which masculine meaning flows. Following the lines of intersection between these uses and imagining they are more similar than different, this article considers the real and potential contributions of women to media theory emerging in the 19th century, the production of women as theoretical media constructs, and speculations on the theoretical and material emplacement of women in the academic practice of media theory today. The OED cites the first use of the word medium in its plural form, media, to refer to mass media in 1850. The rapidly expanding technological changes of this moment are well recorded elsewhere, but rarely in conjunction with the fact that 1 year later, in 1851, the word medium is used for the first time to describe a psychic or spiritualist who communicates precisely without the need of technological supplement. Jill Caliban argues that both these new uses of the term medium depend on, alter, and intersect with contemporaneous concepts of gender difference. To make the various and dispersed forms of media syndication possible, women were especially recruited as a new source of labor into the jobs of material communication networks, taking over as telegraphers, stenographer typists, typewriters, and telephone operators. Between the mid-19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, women came to dominate these positions as cheap labor to meet accelerated demand. The psychic medium is also a decidedly feminized figure in the 19th century as both a vocation and a literary trope. Though the psychic suggests a form of mediation not registered in today's conception of modern media, the spiritual medium remains to this day the most readily used understanding of the use of the word medium to describe a person or human body. And the human body is a key change in the material practices of media at the turn of the 20th century. As much as the expansion of communication networks offered new opportunities for information connecting people across long distances, as Caliban notes, quote, human relayed communication rendered more conspicuous, more inescapably a reality, the activity of exchanging words and knowledge. The human body becomes the primary signifier of media activity and various associated anxieties of media interference. Women's roles in media practices were thus not coincidental, but produced, as Caliban describes it, a, quote, useful gendered paradigm of the disinterested conduit. This gendered paradigm helped further naturalize pre-existing conceptual alliances between women and technology, especially the necessary quality of disinterest in the form of feminine passivity and automaticity, and structured changing concepts of mediation. These tropes are constitutive in that they anchor both women and media to new social roles that do not resolve, but rather build on and respond to anxieties about teletechnologies. A similar anxiety is famously articulated in Plato's Phaedrus when Socrates describes the dangers of writing as a threat to self-sufficiency when one, quote, puts their trust in writing, which is external and depends on the sign systems that belong to others, instead of trying to remember from the inside completely on their own. As an image of a word for Socrates, writing produces distance between truth and understanding, which is necessarily accessed from the inside. The external system of signs leaves the text open to misinterpretation as it roams about everywhere, reaching indiscriminately those with understanding and those who have no business with it, end quote. Both physical distance and a kind of indifference of the medium that cannot defend itself threaten the quality of truth and the authorial intent of the text. As Derrida has explored, the logic of the supplement developed here produces a division between one's own self and the signs that belong to others. Conceivably, the evident visual and material nature of writing, like the human body in the 19th century analysis, evokes anxiety about a displacement of the self that is resolved in the production of the concept of the supplement and of media as other than the self. Ironically, perhaps, the feminine gendering of media suggested by Caliban reframes the passivity and disinterest of the medium to simultaneously conserve a sense of self-possessed authorial integrity for the subject. The historical bonding of feminine labor with the movement of the material signifier wound both ever more tightly with passivity and transparency. This simultaneously intensifies the overdetermined status of the transcendental potential of language, of truth as knowledge, as masculine. Given that teletechnologies cannot be rejected outright, as Socrates is said to have preferred, the feminine figure seems to relay indifference into insignificance, ignorance, or even absence. The passive and disinterested supplement of women's labor mollified concerns that one's message might be altered in the external sign system of others. Put another way, text sent through feminized media is less likely to need to defend itself. But by associating women with media, these modern conceptions of media can be seen as producing another problem, that of feminine authorship. As disinterested and passive media, the woman medium poses a threat if she takes active interest in the transmission of information entrusted to her body. If feminine authorship is a threat to feminine media as interested activity, then it is also a threat to masculine autonomy and authorship. The history of media in media studies, including the most theoretical veins, is the history of mass media, a history in which women, we are told, were primarily passive, ventriloquizing laborers. As psychic media, however, women were not only the majority of practitioners, they were also prolific writers of occult fiction. Though less canonized, occult fiction in the 19th and 20th century was dominated by psychics or spiritualists who we could say also wrote theories of media. By broadening our definition of the medium to include the psychic medium and our definition of theory to include this literature, what theories of media might we discover or return to? Can the work of mediums be included in what constitutes media theory? Rebecca West's out of print 1929 novel, Harriet Hume, A London Fantasy, tells the story of Harriet Hume, a young Londoner who develops telepathic access to her lover's mind. The third-person narrator follows and perceives the world alongside Harriet's lover, Arnold Condorot, and like Harriet, is able to read Arnold's thoughts. Like Arnold, however, the narrator cannot read the mind of Harriet. Although Arnold initially declares Harriet's abilities a miracle, the risks of her telepathic channel quickly become clear. As Arnold and Harriet stroll in the gardens outside her rented apartment, quote, her own grace forsook her suddenly. I have another slide. The reader, like Arnold, is in the dark. Quote, he perceived that some monstrous blow had felled her, but what the blow was or who had struck it, he did not guess until she looked up into his face. Then he remembered and understood. Arnold remembers in that moment Harriet's telepathic access, and his thoughts are sent on a new path. 4 pages later, 4 pages down this new path, the narrator relays Arnold's thoughts to the reader. He plans to enjoy Harriet until the last safe moment and then disembarrass himself of her. In the instant Arnold registers the presence of Harriet, of the other inside himself, his thoughts change. And it is not primarily her judgment of him that alters the course of the story, nor is it ultimately his concern. Instead, Harriet's presence leads Arnold into a spiral of confusion, anger, and self-alienation. She bit her lip, and beside her, Arnold Condorot's mind growled that she was not being fair to him. Despair swept through him as he realized that certainly she would not understand, and it became absolute as he realized that neither did he truly understand himself. Harriet's presence in his mind alters and conditions Arnold's thoughts and feelings and produces the context for them. This context ultimately offers up on Arnold's thoughts as text, not only for the character, his own awareness of his thoughts made legible, but also for the reader in the form of the novel itself, showing Harriet's mediumship to be not just the disorientation of the masculine sovereign subject, but also the occasion for the production of the text. As text, however, the telepathic performance at work here cannot be seen as a direct channel from one mind to another. Her unique telepathic mediumship excludes a transmission of her thoughts, feelings, or words. The text is not Harriet's immediate direct access, but already produced by the delay of her mind reading. Derrida reflects on a relevant problem in his article on telepathy through the structure of the postcard. He says, it is because there would be telepathy that a postcard cannot arrive at its destination. The ultimate naivety would be to allow oneself to think that telepathy guarantees a destination which posts and telecommunications fail to provide. And this is true of Harriet's telepathy, which does not circumvent the potential failure of modern telecommunication circuits. It does not guarantee arrival, nor the type of direct access Harriet is supposed to have to Arnold's mind. Rather, Harriet's telepathy is both the occasion and the necessary exclusion for the possibility of the text. The narrator aligns the reader exclusively with Arnold. It does not offer us any share in Harriet's magical knowledge. West's theory of telepathy indicates that the psychic may not be the source of meaning in the same sense of the author who writes in the sign systems of the other. Harriet says very little, and indeed simply echoes Arnold's words often. We know Arnold's thoughts as a kind of consequence or output of a relay between Arnold, Harriet, and the narrator. But as a text, this relay includes the reader and the author as well, until finally no priority or origin can be said to be definitive. Harriet's telepathy complicates rather than clarifies the relationship between reader and thought by making explicit the opaque, invisible, and multi-directional circuits of the text. Without this relay, as Derrida says, there would be telepathy. Telepathy would be the opposite of text. It would be to not need a text. It would be for Harriet, Arnold, and the reader not to know each other, but to have no need to know each other. In other words, there would be no text. And yet, Harriet reads Arnold's mind. The narrator reads Arnold's mind. And even we read Arnold's mind. What to call this if not telepathy? Harriet Hume highlights both the revelatory force and the untenable distinction articulated in Marshall McLuhan's truism that the medium is the message. In the words of Mark Hansen, McLuhan urges us to focus on media independent of its ties with content, and in the process redefines media itself as context, not just a vehicle or channel. Harriet is the context, the occasion, and the transformative possibility of the Arnold character. Yet, the medium is the message also has something of an ironic gesture, seeming to prioritize the message or at least seek the status of the message for the medium. The psychic medium, as West theorizes it here, also shows us that the medium is not a message. Instead, Harriet's liminal status as both not human and nor medium cleaves open the relationship between signifier and signified by maintaining a context in continuous relay across dimensions. In this case, the world of the novel and the world of the reader. Harriet's pathos is both necessary and, in every sense, unthinkable, articulating telepathy as the resistance of the medium to the bound context and to the transcendental signified in relation to the feminine affective space of the psychic. Perhaps this is why J. Hellis Miller reformulates the phrase without really having an alternative ontological claim to the medium is the maker. Miller, following Derrida, argues that the media itself announces and performs something, regardless of the message. It is not a question of exercising language, but of revising from a broader perspective the logic of the supplement by reordering the centrality of the message. As a critical concept, telepathy sits in a space between the material